Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. All right, greetings, family. Bomani Tamba here with College Genesis, and we are representing Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. Yes, family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, representing the energy of Africa for the African Tourism Investment and Black African Infrastructure Organization. Yes, my good brother Kala Genesis, and Kala always got these great topics, and we're going to definitely get into it tonight. And this is the topic for the night, family: the need for high-value African Americans in Pan-Africanism, Afrikstan analysis with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tamba. So, family, we're going to definitely break that down immediately. And before we get started, let me share with you our upcoming schedule on our Africa Journey of a Lifetime and our Black Star Pan-African community. And you see the logo to the top right. And this is our flyer, family, with the tour schedule for our upcoming journeys coming up. So, family, we are literally getting ready to leave in the next few days on our Ghana May 24th to June 5th Journey of a Lifetime. So we are already got our Green Africa for the Africans t-shirts, got our tour books printed, and got supplies and everything organized, and got an incredible itinerary. And we're looking to this show people what we're really talking about, repatriation and investment, as we showcase one of our best repatriation and investment business conference that we've ever put together, and along with our land tour of our Black Star Pan-African community, and take you to the future of our next phase, phase 2, 60 acres, for those who want to enterprise with us on the residential or commercial energy. And we are just looking to this continue that legacy. This is our 23rd Journey of a Lifetime to Ghana, and this is the 17th year, and this started in December 2006, and here we are continuing that energy and just getting more of us focused and organized on the African continent as we keep on building the network and look to this connect our people to all of our connections and networks in the country, especially since we're talking about living and doing business, which is and another aspects of what we do beyond just the tour journey there in Ghana. And the next journey after that is going to be our Tanzania, November 16th to the 27th journey. This is our 4th Tanzania journey. We've been doing this for the last, this would be the 4th straight November. And that's been a great experience as we travel to from West Africa now to East Africa. And there we are in East Africa, visit tropical paradise from Zanzibar Island, Arusha, Dar es Salaam, Kilimanjaro, and just all of the beauty of Tanzania. Then we're going to close out the year in South Africa as we look to this rejuvenate our South Africa journey, which the last one we did was November 2019. And then it was this whole COVID-19 era. But now we're back for South Africa. And for those who want to hear more about that journey, we have a designated conference call tomorrow, as we usually have different conference calls for South Africa, since we have a nice group energy that's ready to go. So I'm always telling anyone, if you're interested in these ventures, reach out, check out the website details and the email information, and just get yourself ready to go ahead of time. That way we can make plans and get you locked in, because airline tickets go up, and it's one of those things where the price gouging begins several months before you travel. So the closer you get, the more painful that ticket is going to cost you. So make reservations early and arrangements so we can get you going. And that's definitely in the mindset of what we're talking about next, which is our featured journey, which is our Liberia Reconnection and Investment Journey. That's March 29th to April 9th. And so we're going to be reconnecting back to that historical connection. At that point, it will be a 202-year anniversary of our ancestors' resettlement. So our goal is to explore that full history and take you back in time, and also make it to where you can just enjoy paradise, a nice tropical resort, enjoy beautiful, incredible dining, lots of wonderful entertainment, and a lot of social energy. So family, that's the journey of a lifetime there in Liberia. So it's less than 10 months from now, but I'm telling you, family, as time go along, or I should say it's exactly 10 months from now, but the time go along. So make sure you check it out. And remember, if you're looking to review the details. Once you get to our website, africafortheafricans.org, all you have to do is just click on the tour of your choice, and all the details will pop up. So hopefully you're open to reading, because there's a full tour overview, full itinerary, general terms, preparation details, and for countries who require visa details. And then our summer journey for next year is our 24th Journey of a Lifetime to Ghana, and that's July 11th to the 23rd, 2024. So for all those people who are looking to travel with us to Ghana, and you're requesting and asking about a summer schedule, this is our summer schedule ahead of time for you. And then as we close out at the end of the year, we're going to be visiting the Nile Valley Civilization in Egypt. That's November 21st to December 2nd. And that is our 20-year anniversary of traveling to Egypt, traveling to the African continent from 2004 to 2024. So we're looking to just make that a nice energy as we just take you all over the African continent, north, east, south, west. And then the beginning of 2025, we're going to just reconnect back to Senegal and the Gambia. And so that's our journeys right there as far as a 2-year schedule. And as time go along and we complete some more of these schedules, we'll keep on adding more. So family, reach out, connect with us, and let's connect you on adventure of a lifetime. And all of our information is right below and right on the flyer. And reach out and we get you there. Yes, so now family, back to our featured program with my good brother Kala Genesis. And Kala Genesis always got these incredible topics. So Kala Genesis, what came to your mind when you came up with this topic? The need for high value African Americans in Pan-Africanism.
Well, back in the days, right, as I said before, that the Pan-African movement used to have high value people in the movement. You know, this was before integration, before white people dangled the carrot integration and stuff like that. Black high value people in America were open to the idea of Pan-Africanism and nation building in Africa and trade, or just basically getting involved on a global scale. You know, you saw Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, you saw George Washington Williams, who explored the Congo. You saw the emergence of the Republic of Liberia. Some of the best educated Black people in the world was part of Liberia. You saw Sierra Leone, Freetown, and stuff like that. Black colleges, HBCUs, all the Black fraternities have chapters all over the African continent. The Qs, the Deltas, and everybody got branches. All fraternities and sororities got branches all over that continent. So a high level of discourse has always been there. But that's when we had magazines like Ebony Magazine, and the Black media concentrated on opportunity outside of America. And now what we have is, because we don't have Ebony Magazine anymore, because the people took over Ebony Magazine, decided that the agenda should be about social justice, LGBTQ rights, and all these other things, right? The idea of nation building, Pan-Africanism, stuff like that is gone. And the agenda of Essence Magazine, which was basically Black womanhood, Black beauty, and stuff like that, Black business. I learned so much. I used to be subscribed to Essence Magazine as a man. I learned so much, you know, about what's going on in the business world as far as Black women are concerned. Because we don't have these publications anymore, right? What's happening is masses of Black people are disconnected from still a very formidable and very impressive Black high value society that still exists in America. I'm talking about people who are movers and shakers. We played the video, the top 20 Black businesses and whatnot. That was just the top 20. There's all kinds of Black people in America that are doing multi-million-dollar deals, doing the movers and shakers of Black America, right? But the thing is, though, you know, because there's no like a Pan-African magazine, or there's nobody that puts this all together, there's a disconnect between the Black people who are high value, who are making money, and they have power, they got influence and everything, that run Fortune 500 companies, and our desire to build and connect with Africa. The Pan-African movement, for the most part, is a grassroots movement. You know, people are trying to learn as they go along and stuff like that. So it's giving off the impression, oh, these Black people in America think they're all that, and they're coming over here messing up. They don't know what they're doing. You know, they're like that. That's because the high value African Americans are not showcased. Even when we have like the brother who created a triage, a medical center to do medical tourism in Ghana, the Lucas group, right? You don't see, there's no, where did I find that out? By accident on the internet. There's no magazine I could put and say, okay, this is what's going on in Africa. This is what's going on in Africa. There's no channel I can go to on YouTube, wherever, or whatever, Twitter, whatever, that highlights Black, high value people, high end people, intelligent people, the intelligentsia building on the African continent. It's going on, but there's not a showcase because most of the Pan-Africanists, right? I don't really want to criticize them tonight, right? They're people of low value, you know, just hand to mouth, just, you know, grassroots, you know, people. And I'm saying that's fine. I appreciate the enthusiasm, right? But the Pan-Africanists, right? The Pan-Africanist movement, right? Have to get these type of Black people to the forefront. That's the only way this movement's going to work. That's the only way we're going to compete with the Lebanese. And we have the ability to compete with the Indies, Lebanese, anybody else. And that's how you engage high-level Black institutions in America with government officials in Africa and say, this is what we need, this is what we want, and this is what we can do. With the fact that we might have to, because a lot of these high-value Black African Americans, they have connections in the U.S. government. You know, they got access to credit, capital, and everything like that in mainstream America. So we have to basically, how do we basically bridge that gap between us trying to build a Pan-African world and those people who are though high value, they still got connections in the white world, in the American world, here in America. You know, in other words, basically, we can't just go to Pan-Africa, go to Africa with empty-handed, you know, and like that's not going to work. So why don't we use these resources that we have, these people that have powerful connections, in our quest to build what we want to build in Africa? That's what the Indians do. You know, that's what the Chinese do. They have a support base for what they go and do in the African continent. We have to have that support base in America. Right? There's people out here in America, Black people who manage hedge funds, who manage financial institutions and everything. But when you talk to some of these people, right, and they're managing people's money and stuff like that, money management corporations and financial institutions, right? They're looking for things that's going to get results. You know, they're going to look for markets and stuff like that where they can put people's investments and savings in places where there's going to be a return. And so therefore, it's up for the Pan-African world to showcase Africa as a viable place where people could invest, put their 401ks, their Roth IRAs, all this stuff like that they have, retirement funds, their pension funds, everything, in African securities. I would say like this, even if I know realistically that nobody's going to put no hedge fund manager, no banking institution that's ever going to invest anything at large scale in Africa, right? But if you could say, 5% of almost trillions of dollars that's invested overseas in private equity companies and government securities, treasury bonds around the world and everything can go to the African continent, right? And then it's our job to make sure that the countries that we invest in are solvent, stable, and all these things like this. And the only way you're going to do that is by having this sort of financial gurus and the financial experts and the people at the MBAs there knowing what's going on. Like we got this group called African Venture Partners in South Africa. You know, those two guys, you saw the movie Blacks Without Borders. They said they were put together and they were part of a $1 billion deal with Richard Branson's Virgin Mobile. Now, why'd that happen? Because Richard Branson's a type that likes to party. He said he didn't like Nigeria. I don't know what the problem was that about. But he ventures a place like this. He owns a whole bunch of islands in the Caribbean and stuff like that. He parties with Obama and everything. So he's a type of guy that is a eccentric type of guy that will invest in things. But he's not a fool. He's not going to invest in something that's not going to make any money. So what I'm saying is that his brothers, they're called African Venture Partners, right? Convinced them that they had a telecommunications thing they were doing. And RIP Malcolm X and Jim Brown, Jim Brown passed away. That was an ultimate symbol of black manhood in America and everything. So we respect Jim Brown on this platform. And RIP Malcolm X, his birthday was the 20th today. That's his Malcolm X Day. It was the 19th or the 20th. I think it was the 19th, I think it is.
Yeah, I thought it was the 19th.
19th, yeah, 19th. And so yesterday was Malcolm X's birthday. So we celebrate Malcolm X. So what I'm saying tonight is this. How do we get the black people with the MBAs, the people that with the high education? Because that's the ultimate test of all this. That's the ultimate test. That's the litmus test and the ultimate test of this. Can we get the high value African Americans, right? Can we do that and basically get them to build what we're trying to see, our vision of what we're trying to build in Africa? Now, I remember there was a couple of years, 10 years ago, right? When African fever started out, right? And everybody heard about Dangote, billionaire and everything like that, but they didn't know all the nuances, right? There was a lot of black young investors, who were working in corporate America said, I'm going to Africa to get rich. They didn't understand the politics of the continent. So they put on their Pan-African garb and their Pan-African capes and hats and everything and headed off to Africa. I was very disappointed that the Africans on the continent could not see what they were talking about, So therefore, we were looking at it from an African American, a whole black continent, right? Oh, you guys got stock exchange, you got something like this, you got capital. So we're going to go over to Africa, invest and build and everything like that and pull money. And a lot of people, some people did well and some people didn't. I almost never hear any talk, right, about young African Americans on the trading floors of Africa. The Ghanaian stock exchange, which is pretty young. The Rwanda stock exchange was new. All these stock exchanges are really capitalized at low level. But that could be a place where some startup companies and stuff like that could grow. The biggest stock exchange on the continent is Johannesburg, right? And I was really pleased the fact that you see a lot of the young black South Africans ringing the bell. They're on the trading floor and stuff like that. A lot of black companies in South Africa are listing their companies on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. So the idea of raising capital and basically managing and controlling and being part of the capital and money flow. We always talk about we don't have no capital. But if you're not in a, you're not in a place where capital happens, you're not basically saying, okay, we got this company that's going to do really well. And so we got, let's talk about this company. Let's bet on this company and this company. We're not basically doing that. Right now, Asia, the stock markets in Asia are producing millionaires and billionaires every week. Okay? Because these Asians, these tech companies are popping up all over the world, and we're using this technology and everything. So a lot of stuff we don't know about. Billions of dollars of data, billions and trillions of dollars in data are circulating across the world, right? And the problem is we don't have Africans or black people producing and managing our own data and our own servers and all stuff like this, managing the black world. Money flows out of the African continent, right? And let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. If you're on the African continent, right, and let's say you have a problem with your computer or a system, whatever like that, and you need to call Microsoft for a help desk, right? Most likely you're going to be calling India. So somebody in India is getting the work. They're getting paid. They're probably not getting paid what they would get paid in America. That's obvious. But there's still, you got Dubai, the Philippines, all these other people are getting into the organization of IT and technology and everything, because understanding that information and technology is how the world is being shaped right now. We're just basically one real computer program away of being wiped off the global grid. And also, what I'm trying to say is this: Africa has a way, can right, if they wanted to, right, could have it so that we can have our own trading platform and platform like eBay and stuff like this, which we basically give preferential treatment to black-owned stuff like that by we're using markers and everything. Proof of what I'm talking about. the Buy Black movement, right? Partnering with DoorDash. And that's high level stuff. That's somebody who was high value African American, sat down with somebody in DoorDash and said, hey, look, we want to push Black owned business. So while a lot of businesses did bad during COVID, Black owned businesses were up like 600%. Why? Because there was an extra button on DoorDash and all like that saying, there's a little marker, this is a Black owned business. So Black people will say, okay, I'm gonna support this Black owned business, right? Like just strolling out, I don't even know what to eat, but I see it's Black owned, so I'm gonna own this. So what I'm saying is this. So I give credit to DoorDash for doing that, right? I give credit for DoorDash for doing that. My question is, when are we going to start setting up platforms, stuff like that ourselves, and basically make sure that when we're trading globally, trading or supporting businesses, that we're creating not saying that we're going to exclude everybody else. It's not possible right now because we don't produce enough in the world. We don't manufacture enough in the world. But what if we start putting criteria on what we manufacture? This person right here makes this computer, right? That's a good computer. Why? Because 60% of the parts and everything like that are made, manufactured in Rwanda. So let's put a marker on that. You know, that's a A1, like A1, like that guy, what's his name, on here with this B1 and all stuff like that. What's his IC3? You know, I have a different idea. Why don't we have B1, this like the business? That means basically this product right here is like rated this like this because it has this many parts on it. So therefore, we know when we see this product on our catalogs, everything, that product right there. And that goes well to like people who use buy products for businesses and everything. If you're ordering machinery and stuff like that, parts, computers and everything, technology, right? We start being more conscious about which the part systems, Black content or Black created content is being used. So all these things right here has to happen on a high level basis. We have to have those side of people in those inner circles, in those corporate boards, in those technology fields to make that happen, right? And so what I'm saying is this: no, right now, and so it's a caller, you're talking dream world. Well, am I? Why is it that Byron Allen, Tyler Perry, even 50 Cent and all of them are trying to buy BET? So people keep talking about the whole Black cause is this. Well, why are they interested in BET? They can form their own thing. What is it about BET that these investors and these millionaires and billionaires want so bad? Why? Because there's still a need for Black ownership, Black power. I don't care what they tell you and everything like that. The bottom line is this: if you're not doing some sort of Black power move or Black economic empowerment and everything, you're saying absolutely nothing. And that's what the Black world is looking at. The bottom line is it was cute for a little while, Black people getting rich from white people and going, but now everybody's going back to the basics. Hispanics are hunkering down with other Hispanics, right? Asians are coming together based on being Asian and everything. White people are basically doing what they've always been doing. Now it's time for the Black race to basically put our best thing forward, you know? JT, no, JT is not a high value African American, you know?
But wasn't he like a big time rapper at one point?
Yeah, but that don't mean he's high value, you know? I mean, he has money. Having money don't mean you're high value. You know, having money, I mean, high value means that when you say you're going to do something and you're going to build something, right, to 99% probability, it's going to be success. And that's what we're going to get rid of right now. I don't want everybody in the Pan-African movement anymore. You know, I just have to honestly tell you, right? I'm sick and tired of people coming into this movement, right, thinking Africa is some whore house and they could come in with $10 and get something done. It don't work like that. You don't disrespect my mother continent like that. You send your best to the African continent. That's what we believe in the BAIO. You know, in the BAIO, I was able to attract engineers, scientists, everybody. You know, a lot of them, you know, they're still affiliated with me and everything, but I know how things work in the real world. But the day is going to come where these people are going to come back to College Genesis and the BAO and say, okay, but I have to prove that. Because I said I didn't want to jump out there and do something just to say I'm doing something. You know, I want the best, you know, and the bottom line is the BAO proved to me, right, the type of people I was able to attract. Not me, just me. The message of the BAO, let me take that back. The message of the BAO was able to attract Black people of high value that really I didn't think existed. And these people were very interested. They saw opportunity in nation building on the continent. They said the idea of an Afrikstan and building, stuff like that, they really are into this, right? Look at the guy, Michael Jackson, you know, that guy hooked up with the Dynas and the Luke. This guy is a BAIO member. He is a friggin' financial genius. The guy is a financial genius. The guy is a walking, living mathematical computer as far as like business and banking and finance. These are the type of people we were drawing to the message of the BAIO. And so these are the type of people that I want, right? I guess people say, oh, Kyle, you look for members. No, I don't look for everybody. I mean, you could be a member, you could be part of the cheerleading squad and the support system, but we have to make sure those high-value people are given the respect. Let them know what they say. Don't disrespect their religion, their values, and stuff like that, because they're crucial and vital to what we're trying to do. That's why we don't get into religion and all this kind of stupid stuff. We don't get into the stupid ADOS FBA that freaking nonsense. And we want high-value black people, right? You know? C. Baka. Are you my boy? I'm my brother from Louisiana that does electrical work. Are you my brother from Louisiana? You know, I know that's in the BAO. C. Baka. You know, are you that brother from that does electrical work in Louisiana? Yeah. Mexicans are buying up land, and Mexicans have to provide jobs. Yeah, it is what it is, because look what our culture's turned into. We don't have the culture of brotherhood anymore. We have a culture of thuggery. We have the culture of internet worship and internet idol worship. We don't work together like brothers, you know? Put the differences aside and work together. You know, I'm a black man and a brother before I'm in the so-called BAIO and anything else I'm affiliated with. I'm your brother first. And so therefore, we have to look at each other like a family, like a brotherhood and a sisterhood and a family once again. And you can't do that if you follow people who don't believe in that. 50 Cent is not representative of what black excellence and high value African Americans is. Because you cannot promote, I'm sick and tired of people promoting negativity, selfishness, greed, hate, envy, all this wickedness among our people, right? And then like I said, okay, that's fine. You made all your money, but you're never going to get the respect as a freaking black man. 50 Cent wants to be part of BET. Why? Because he wants that legitimacy, and he's never going to get it. You've done people, so many people, same thing with Diddy. You've done people way too wrong to come back to our community and talk about, you want to lead us. And we as African Americans, black people, got to stop letting people get in front of us because they got money and prestige in the white world, thinking that they can rule over us. That may work in America and in stupid cartoon America and stuff like that. But in the Pan-African movement, we want real black nationalists, black people who love black people, love black women, and want to build the black world. That's what I want. I can't agree more. JT the junkie reference for me. Yeah. The bottom line is this. Now, as far as like JT, I mean, his music and everything like that, right? And I don't think he ever said he's a Pan-Africanist, but people basically go, oh, I go to Africa. Just because somebody's in Africa, right, don't mean he's a Pan-Africanist. Just because somebody's in Africa violent, that doesn't mean shit to me. You know, being loyal to your community, being loyal, loving your people, being loyal to your race, and understand your ancestry and whatnot, and respect it. But like, look, black achievement and black excellence need to be respected and revered in America. It's not. But we played the thing the other day when we talked the top 10 things. People say, why do I do stuff like that? Because I bait people with these traps, right? That was 10 nice black communities in America, right? And I said, look, well, we're going to play that, right? And I'm going to read you the comments. What were the comments? Oh, these uppity niggas and everything. We do not respect black people who worked hard and everything for their success. Same reason why the same black people call themselves Pan-African, right, are mocking those Hebrew brothers in the Ghana, right? Don't respect that they put 25 years into what they're doing. Because we don't respect hard work, success, and everything. These guys did nothing wrong. Even if you don't agree with them, you should say, look, there should be agreements. We don't even think they have the basic human dignity of saying, look, well, shouldn't there be a court? And shouldn't we have some grievance? It's like that. No, you just sitting back there kiki and laughing. And that's what you have in the so-called Pan-African movement right now. Everybody's waiting for somebody to slip up and fail so we can just pounce on them. This is because we have low IQ, low value, low moral people in this movement. People who are high value, real high value people, you can look at their family, look at everything they came from, the parents, everything was on a trajectory of success. And you can say a high value person. Why? Because you say, look, okay, this guy came, like Reginald Lewis, the world's first black billionaire. He didn't make his money. He wasn't out there slinging crack or slinging dope or degrading his women, degrading his people. Then one day he got rich and everything like that because he's making Jewish people and everybody rich and everything. And he just a face on a white corporate entity. He went in the belly of the beast, right? And built Beatrice Holdings right there in the face of the white enemy. That says in the Bible, I prepare for you a table in the presence of my enemies. And he wrote them, watching the white guys have all the fun. So he sent a message to me. Bomani and I'll talk about this. That guy inspired me. I said, I want to be great like him one day. So people ask me, where do you get your energy? Yo, I get it from the black men that I've seen rise above all circumstances, everything, and conquer. Not just in Africa, but right here in America, right in front of me. So that lets me know if we could do this here in America. Imagine what we could do if we were building on the ancestors where we're the majority. Where we have the black mind, black first is the dominant. That's why I fight against tribalism. In Africa, I fight against this tribalism among black America. And that's my opening, Brother Bomani. Where did Bomani go?
Yes, Colin, right here, right, brother, right here. Listen to you, lighten it up.
Yeah, okay, so give me some feedback.
All right, so feedback. Let me see what folks are talking about.
All I know is if you have buying group or not, all I don't want to see is I don't want to see 50-year-old white men in freaking miniskirts dancing in front of black children. You know, can we do that? Yeah, can we do that? I don't want to see the LGBTQ rainbow shit promoted. I listened to Phil Scott the other day, and Phil's finally getting into this discussion, right? Because he's talking about the new Power series, Power Book series, whatever. I don't know. This garbage that's out there now. People, you guys know it. I don't know it, right? Anyway, Phil was saying that they're overly pushing raw homosexual sex, right? In a series that's supposed to be about thugs and gangs and drug dealers, the whole aspect, like, let's say like this, they don't give you no prior warning, and guys, black men are just going in at each other. And I'm saying to myself, that's what the end game was. That's what the agenda was. They give you these series, build them up and everything, so they can normalize this shit in front of us. They want to normalize homosexuality and all this kind of filth in our community, you know? And I'm sorry, I don't buy it. That's why they had to get rid of people like Bill Cosby. He was in the way. All these people that sell us out, sell our morals, sell our values and everything out. I'm sorry. When I say high value, I mean people who are keepers of our culture and keepers of our heritage and everything, who know our ancestors, who never betray us, and understand our ancestors that were kidnapped and sold in slavery on the bottom of slave ships, that worked like animals and whatnot in America and whatnot. They always looked up for us for one day that their sacrifice would not be in vain. And that we're here to honor them by being the best of what we can be, not by being the worst. When you out there, when you decide to be the worst and everything, when you decide to become a nigga and everything, you are cursing our ancestors. And our ancestors will haunt you forever. And some people don't even care about their ancestors. When you don't care about your ancestors, your bloodline, your heritage, you try to deny your heritage. Oh, I was with no slave. I was proven slave. After you are an abomination. You are not just a sticker. You are an abomination. And people like you, race traders like you, need to be dealt with. And the day is going to come. Let me stop. Let me stop. But I'm just telling you, you people out there, you race traders, you people that put filth out there, you people that denigrate our women, You people that denigrate our children, you denigrate our elders, you denigrate our historians, you denigrate everything that we stand for and everything. The hell with you. And so therefore, like I said, when I say high value, I mean the people that are keepers of the best of what we are. When I watched the Blacks Without Borders series, right? Watch it again. That's the best of what we are. People who went to South Africa and everything. Let me tell you something. Like when people ask the question, right? I didn't get to say this on the last show, right? And I said it a little bit, but I think I'm going to emphasize this a little bit, right? When you see black people from America that have high value, got the morals and everything like that, when they go to Africa, right? We are not trying to rip anybody off. We're not trying to do things that we're not. Maybe we should be emphasized on making money and everything. But when you see brothers like Bomani and several other people that go to the continent, right, it's all about how they can give. All Bomani talks about is how much money he spent in the black community, right? How many people that they wouldn't have a job, but they got money in their pocket because they showed up and everything, you know? And he takes pride in that, you know? And that tells me what it means by high value. Because I know when this brother one day gets the millions and billions of dollars one night, this world, Black America and Africa is going to be transformed because his heart is in the right place. So therefore, that's why I follow and I support Brother Bomani with everything I have, you know, as a one true brother. So people, when they say when they ask me about JT the Bigger Figure, high value and stuff like that, you know, high value is not just how much money you have, right? It's what your content of your character is. And then when you get money, right, and you have money, right, if you got a high value African American, he knows the right thing and everything, and he got Bob Johnson, right? He went to Liberia and did all the right things. But unfortunately, the situation was, right, you know, he fell into the wrong hands. He built the hotel we're going to be staying at, right? And he gave $30 million to Liberians for development and everything. But he didn't see any return out of that and everything like that, right? But he had these ideas, right? But the people in Liberia at the time could not see his ideas. He said, we can make this a financial center. He studied the laws of the country. He realized that black people, the first 8 presidents were African Americans, you know? And so he went to Delta, right? And said, you have to make Liberia on your route. And guess what Delta did after a bunch of Delta, even though RIA airport wasn't even completed at the time, right? Delta said, we're going to do it. Because Bob Johnson said, we're going to make Liberia, include Liberia in Atlanta's expansion to Ghana and stuff like that. So Liberia was included in that. That's what I mean by being a high value, by somebody who does the right thing. And he took a risk. He said, this is a good thing. And Cynthia Nash and whatnot, she helped him with that, put that together. Cynthia Nash, when we met Bonnie, she was the one who was with him, you know, on that whole thing. That's what I mean by doing the right thing, being above the foolishness and nonsense and everything. And so therefore, we thank Bob Johnson because what he left was just a start. Because right after he did that, right, suddenly everybody in Liberia started saying, oh, hotels in Liberia. Suddenly hotels start popping up all over the place.
Yes, there it goes.
You know, he put Liberia on the map. The country was forgotten about. He put Liberia on the map. You know, he found out, oh yeah, African Americans, the history and everything. Maybe he was a little overzealous, you know, because Johnson Sirleaf had the same name as him. Oh, I guess he thought, you're African Americans. He thought there was going to be some black, you know, it wasn't like that. But gratefully now, over the years, right, we do have Liberians who see our vision. You know, thank God we have Dr. Kula, we have our brother Ross and everybody like that. We have lots of Liberians now who are on board with us, you know, and they're in the highest levels of government. And so therefore, Liberia is definitely going to be a base to access for African Americans to access the whole entire continent and the region. You know, that's going to be ground zero. You know, so this is what we talk about high value. What
a good one.
Tribalism on the continent? You know, how many tribes turn panel do your visit? You know, no, I didn't experience no tribalism in Liberia. You know, I did not. You know, for the most part, man, it's just modern black society, man. People listen to rap, hip hop, Afro beats, and everything like that. They're giving each other pounds. They're dapping each other up. They're doing the same damn thing we do over here. You got a bossa man. You got a Gola man, you know, the Gola man, you know, he want to shoot some dice with you, man. The Bossa man want to get you on his KK and drive you on his KK and whatnot, you know. Everybody's smiling and whatnot. Yo, Kala, what's going on, brother? Welcome back, man, you know. So I ain't experienced no tribalism, you know. They're proud of their tribe or not, but the bottom line is this. When the African American comes to Liberia, when all that goes away, and they just see us as just a breath of fresh air. So I don't worry about no damn tribalism in Africa. We show Pan-Africanism is not just talking, it's living this. You know, when I say like this, when you see our crew in Liberia, you got indigenous, so-called American Liberians, everybody sitting down chilling, having drinks and like that, you know, and we all come to one conclusion. We got to build Africa, you know. Man, ain't nobody got shit. We got to build Africa, you know. After I visit Kenya, I probably properly connected with Kenya. I'm looking at Liberia. Good for you, you know. No matter where you at on the African continent is all good, you know. Yeah, wherever it is, you know. As long as you make a connection. Black Americans don't have classes. We need class distinction. Why do we need class distinctions? You know, look, let me tell you something. Before we go down that slippery slope, right? There's people that got money that I consider low value. Just because you have money don't mean I consider you high value. You can have a lot of money, right? But be a degenerate and a fool. You can have no money, right? But you have a lot of education, skills, connection, everything, and influence and charisma and everything. You can pull stuff off. I consider you high value. But just for the sake of this conversation, right? I'm talking about those black people in PG County and everything that's got connections in the government and everything. Stop, man. Stop. Leave Brandon alone. Everybody, everybody's always picking. Brandon's doing what Brandon's good. Brandon's a soldier, man. He's a warrior, you know. And he's not a high value brother, but he's just doing he's not a high value brother, but I tell you one thing, he sticks to what he's doing. Imagine we had 100 Brandons out there at least trying to do what he's doing, you know, and we would get somewhere. But I give him credit. He's go out there doing his thing. He's in Kenya. He's doing his thing and everything like that. And I give that brother credit, you know. What I'm saying about high value is, everybody has to basically like this. Even me, all of us like this. When we do get that one brother that's going to pop up one day and be like, yeah, man, I'm an Ivy League school and whatnot. I manage a Fortune 500 company and everything. I've been listening to you guys. Something perfect example. You think this can't happen, right? Back in the days, back in 2009, right, when I first got on Blog Talk Radio, right, I was a lone voice of Pan-Africanism, Black National, and Blog Talk Radio, right? Everybody thought I was crazy, you know? They used to come in my chat room. I didn't have hardly any listeners, right? They used to come in my chat room and say, "You're a fool. Shut up, Kala. Go away, you know? You're an idiot, you know?" They call me every name in the book, right? Then, right, after a while, people start listening, right? This guy makes a lot of sense. 2009, right? There's one white guy who was listening to me, right? And this guy's a tech guy. He was a tech guy. He was a tech person and whatnot, and he invests in currencies. He invests in currencies. He does day trading currency and everything. Anyway, basically, he called my show and said, "Kala genius." I said, "Dude, my name's Carl Jensen." He said, "No, I was listening to your show, right?" He said, "I didn't even know Africans had something like that." He goes, "I made a lot of money and I plugged somebody in with a tech company in Cameroon, right?" And he said his friend got a contract, in Cameroon. He said, "I will call you Kala genius because you were absolutely 100% right. I had no idea Africa even had freaking electricity." That's what he said. I had no idea. When I'm listening to you guys, listening to your show, and you're talking about all this stuff like that, development and everything, and I had Rosenthal on and everything like that. He said, "I had no idea." So this white boy, he said, "Yo, let's call you Kala genius because that's made a lot of money hedging on the CD." He said, "I made some money." I don't know what he did, whatever like that, but he made money. He said a friend of his, he told listen to your show, and he went got a contract from California, some software in Cameroon. And now because of all these white people listening to shows like mine over the years, guess who were the number one tech companies in Kenya and all those places? White kids from the United States, from Silicon Valley. We're leading them to the water. you know. And I say, hey, that's good for them, you know. But that's what my purpose was back then. The point I'm trying to make is, look, I'm waiting for the black people, you know, that got these connections and everything, these people that's willing to take risks and be like, hey, look, you know, I want to basically go to the African continent, you know. No, they don't. Nobody uses the term America, you know. Nobody uses the term America. That's the only people who use America Liberians are white people from outside. Nobody uses America Liberians to describe African Americans and people, the diaspora. They call them Congo people. You know, Congo people. Why? Because the people who were Congolese settled among the local, the African Americans, Caribbeans, everybody that lived on the coast, right? And so the most time the people had contact with was the people from the recaptured people from the Congo, and they basically they just lumped them all together and called them Congo people, and stuck to this day. And then a lot of people. Liberians would tell Westerners we prefer to call Congo people than American Liberians, because we have no real connection to America other than slavery and Black America. So there was never any people like this. Businessmen, lawyers, drug dealers, junkies should not all go to the same barbershop. Well, this is what I'm saying, right? There's two sides to that story, right? Used to be in Black America, right? We used to have meeting places where Black professionals and some of those. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you about Harlem, New York, where I was from. Right? It's called Meeting in the Middle. Any young brother got started, please listen to this and listen to this very, very carefully. Black America has always been a place called the middle. That's why I create the Collar Nation. Right? Collar means life force, you know, whole force, bond. You know. Back in the days, when we used to have these shops and parlors in Harlem and everything, the Black people who was a lawyer and everything like that got their hair cut, ate a sandwich next to a guy who may be a wino. The wino, if you notice back in the days, right, they will always put brown bags on their liquor when they're in front of people. The winos back in the days used to go out in public and they would have a shirt and tie on. Even though he was a drunk, he was a bum, right? When he came around people, he tried to act proper. Same thing with the hoodlums, the thugs, everybody put a suit and tie on. They put a thing like that. Look, you think I'm lying? Go to vintage African Americans. Look at all of the people on the streets of Harlem. You don't know who's a hood or who's a respectable businessman. The problem, what happened was when our community was broken up, the disappearance of Black media and Ebony magazine and everything, and the growth of this toxic rap culture and everything, everybody just said, fuck the community. So I'm going to wear my pants down, and it's not because you're rebelling against whites. I get it. In every society, people want to rebel. Youth want to rebel. But you rebel till you mature and grow up. What happened was Black youth started rebelling against the norms of their own community. You know, and so that's why it seems like there's this disconnect. I want to have a society where the guy that shoots basketball all day, that's chronically unemployed, right, could sit in the same setting with somebody who said, why? Because sooner or later, that when those people are in the proximity together, that success of that high value person is going to rub off thing, and that's what you have what I call in the middle. But when we don't have that, and you have people, the only time people talk to each other is on social media, and people are getting more and more alienated and divided from each other and everything, this is the problem we have. You know, this is the problem we have in Black America. We don't know each other anymore. So we end up hating each other. We go by what we see on social media. And to be honest with you, we just basically start disliking each other. We're like, Black people are nothing. Black people are trash. Black people are garbage and everything. Like, why can't they do this? Or we say the same thing. But it used to be a time where when Black people would congregate in large numbers, right? Hey, Reverend such and such said this, right? Minister from the Nation of Islam be on the street, right? Like this. And you have a whole bunch of people around and whatnot. You have your elders, aunties, everybody in the incident and whatnot saying, what's going on? Nobody wants to be that one person that I fucked up, I caused this, because you're going against your own people. But since we had integration, A lot of these role models and people like that, these standard bearers in our community, are not there anymore. And now they try to tell us that black women, they got black women so hatred against patriarchy that 90% of their problem will be solved. Like if black women just basically give up and just say, look, I need a husband, I need marriage, let's build a family. But all these programs, you got to have this much money, you have this much money, this much money. Back in the days, a woman, all he cared was you got 2 arms, 2 legs, and you can hold a job. With that, 90% of black men was able to get a wife and stabilize the black community. Put morals and values and structure and everything like that. That's why we didn't have the problems we had back then. So just separating ourselves is not going to solve the problem. I hope that answered the question.
Well, Carla, great answer to that question. And as we try to explain to our brothers and sisters here, one of the biggest issues that we have had historically on the African continent is the historical brain drain.
Right.
Some of the best minds of our people have been taken out during what we call the transatlantic European slave trade. But fast forward to this modern day crisis, what we have is you have all kind of institutions here recruiting people from trying to find the best academic and athletic students in Africa. And so you're telling our brothers and sisters the journey continues with the situation. So the way we the way we balance out the brain drain is by us as a people from the Americas, you bringing our skills, our talents, our intelligence, and being a future part of the continent. So family, that's what we're doing as far as our movement of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. And even when you're listening to Amara and a few other people that were talking, they're basically saying that they're basically the best of the best in their country, and America recruited them, offered them a job. And I'm not trying to be funny or anything. I'm just explaining the brain drain situation and why the need for us to make this move in Africa, and
because that's going to encourage them to go back.
Yeah, because we're always hearing people fighting against what we're doing, but you have that continuous brain drain coming consistently. And now we have more people in African continent, more African nationals here, and it's like some of them are in good positions to where, me and your energy are connecting them back to the continent. I'm sure people reach out to you and tell you that, hey man, I appreciate what you're talking about.
Of course they are.
Think about living and doing business.
Yo, bro, I would tell you a story.
So this is the things that we're telling you, family, that we're influencing. We're influencing that reversal of the brain drain, but it starts with us making that move to Africa forward and building the things we need to build in place. And then more people will come.
Yeah, like I said, years ago, right, when I started the Association of African Americans of Liberia, you could join it on the Ning site, or you could join it on Facebook. It's called www.afram4lib, on Facebook and everything. And I started that thing. Read the preamble to the organization, everything like that. Said it's time for African Americans. I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna tell you what started. And all these Liberians, a lot of them told me I was crazy. They said I'm never going back to Liberia. I care less about that country. A lot of them all African Americanized. They could care less about that. I said no. We have something to build here. We have a history. And I got a lot of pushback from Liberians. Who do you think you are? Blah blah blah. Yeah, blah blah blah. There
you go, Carla. Okay. While you're looking for that, I got one right here for you. I can read it off for you doing that.
Okay. Okay.
This is Baruti. I'd call it. Do platforms like Afrodamus report diffuse your efforts or those African Americans image-wise in Africa? Not sure what do you mean by that. AR propaganda tonight are Black immigrants embarrassed by Black behavior in America.
Well, the way I see it like this, right? When I say it like this, right? What Black behavior? Like we're saying, are you talking about Black excellence, which is the dominant, the movers and shakers and whatnot, the hardworking Black people that make America great? If the East Coast of the United States, if Black people decide, every Black person decide, I'm not going to go to work for a week, this place would collapse. Do we have problems? Yes. White people have problems. They're dying of fentanyl every day. But notice how nobody blames white people for the problems they have. They have empathy for them, Black people, we're suffering from a serious mental health crisis, right? We're still dealing with the effects of slavery, right? We still have anger issues, right? Right now, we have a lot of black guys. A couple of have been going around attacking white people, random white people. There's a guy, this thing like that. He goes, "Oh yeah, no. This guy was mentally. He's going to ruin his life because he's hearing things. White people racism. He probably watched 12 Years a Slave, and
Wow.
but him not having any power or anything like that, he feels hopeless, and so he's lashing out. We have more of that. You got black people attacking Asian people. And now the biggest danger is you got black people in America who are attacking black immigrants. I never thought I'd see that in my life, verbally, but physically it's going to happen next. If these people that you see on YouTube keep putting this nonsense, dehumanizing black immigrants, call them tethers and all this kind of nonsense and everything, talking about this fake ADOS FBA movement and everything, it's an excuse to hate your own brothers and sisters from the continent. You can't be the bigger person and be like, hey, look, okay, black people say, yeah, we know. Look, if anybody knows Black America, see, the bottom line is if you have not embraced your own community, right, because you don't know your own culture, you don't know the greatness of Black America, you let people get under your skin who say negative things about you. So you start turning to hatred. So the bottom line is I'm not worried about that. Let Afrikstan have his fun with the blacks and everything like that. But, he's harmless, he's harmless. And the bottom line is he knows better, he knows better, and the bottom line is he knows better, and hopefully he'll come around one day. But he got a YouTube channel to run, and the YouTube is making the money. So I, expect him to, keep doing something what he's doing. Hey, but the bottom, when Sirius comes to it, we're not. Maybe one day Bomani be a tour, and he has his business run, and we'll put money in his business. How about that? Because the Afrikstan, man, we just put a lot of money in your thing. I go to the game one day, I go to this restaurant and put money in his thing. That's how we solve tribalism and nonsense and everything. We show black excellence. We do what our ancestors did. We show the best. We show character. That's how we do that. We don't engage in tit for tat, all this back and forth nonsense and everything. That's what I do. But let me read this the preamble to the Association of African Americans for Liberia.
All right, perfect. And let me know if you want me to load up a video or anything.
Let me know. I will in a second.
Okay, go ahead.
I wrote this in 2011, right? It says, "Welcome to the Association of African Americans of Liberia. This is a grassroots movement to restore the historic relationship between African American community in the United States and the Republic of Liberia. This relationship that was strained after the 1980 coup of Samuel Doe and the murder of President William Tolbert. This group will focus on education, science, business, art, writing, faith, spiritual outreach. We will welcome anyone regardless of race, color, or creed. This group will focus on the positive relations of the Africans returning to Africa and the indigenous Africans displaced during the expansion of the African American-Liberian settlements. This group will be a resource to tap into the tremendous tool available in the talent of African American community and help in the reconstruction of Liberia and Africa and becoming a success. We welcome any business person looking to do business in Africa to strongly consider Liberia as a beachhead for your venture into the African continent. This group also welcomes the idea of how we can expand sister city projects between Liberian counties and cities, between Liberian counties and the city, and the cities here in the United States. We also want to reach out to missionaries of all faiths and backgrounds who are involved in Liberia to help the poor with books, supplies, as well as perform volunteer work. Through the growing interest in Liberia and Africa by the African American community, the United States will gain an investment opportunity, stronger partnership, and security to our national interests. That's a bone I throw out to America. If we're stronger in Liberia, we're building Liberia, then Liberia and West Africa becomes less of a security threat. While we appreciate the contribution and enthusiasm generated by members, we also ask that the content of posting in our page are related to the AAL's mission statement as much as possible. AAL members are various, but seek to focus upon building stronger relationships between Liberia and the international community in the arts, business, culture, sciences, education, writings, other professional areas, all which lead to a common goal of restructuring Liberia. Therefore, we ask that you review the information you're posting beforehand to confirm the relevance to these areas. Thank you. Let's get to work. Wayne McCullough, President of the Association of African Americans for Liberia. Okay, that's a preamble to the Association of African Americans for Liberia. I got about 2,000 members on Facebook there. That's connected with the Black African infrastructure. I had this organization before we created the Ning site and everything like that. And this was like one of the main things, that we did, And so the Association of African Americans have tons of pictures and tons of stuff that you can look at and everything about the history of Liberia. So the purpose of this association, I created in 2011. We have an emblem of 2 Liberian flags. One, we have an emblem of the Liberian flag and the RBG flag with the leopard in the middle and the seal called the AAL, Association of African Americans of Liberia, and everything like that. And so therefore, that's still going to be the leading group as far as our tour to Liberia, the Association of African Americans for Liberia. So in other words, basically we're telling African Americans, if you want to this is an outreach advocacy group that's been around for over 12 years now. When we first started, nobody was interested. I remember the first 5 months, I had 5 members in there. Now it's almost 2,000. And the interest and everything like that, I had many debates and everything like that, back and forth and everything. But for the most part, people settled on the fact that Black America and Liberia, it's almost natural. I don't even have to have it anymore. Black America and Liberia are one people, one connection, everything like that, And so therefore now, since that time, you see in the African American Encyclopedia, the Liberian chapters there, and they integrated Liberian history with the Civil War and everything like that. Liberia is integrated into Black America. That was a missing piece of the puzzle as far as Black American history, African American history, the Republic of Liberia. Before they made it seem like, oh, anybody left America, that's done. All our history was just dealing with white folks in America. No, we have a long history of building in Africa, sending our best and brightest to the continent. Liberia had high value African Americans, right? It had men like Jamaican American like John Brown Westbrook, the first graduate from Bomani College, the first African Americans to get a college degree, one of the most educated men the world's ever seen. He was born in Jamaica, raised in Nova Scotia, and he moved to Maine. And he was adamant Black nationalist, right? He said, look, as America is celebrating their republic as a new republic, he knew the Black man, the only chance we have is to build a republic of our own on the African continent, Liberia, what I'm saying is, Liberia, during the time of the Civil War, yes, it was a security threat. For example, let me give you an example, right? Do you understand that if people don't understand something, right? And my African brothers, I want you to listen to this and listen very carefully, right? The whole of West Africa is actually really a security threat to West because of the proximity it is. Do you think in a million years they're going to let any African country have long-range missiles that can reach Europe? No. So when you start seeing instability and stuff like that on the continent and terrorist groups wanting to get in there, to have that proximity, Liberia, when you look at the proximity of Liberia, it's right there on the edge of the North Atlantic coast, right? And Liberia was pivotal during World War II, where there was no Germans. The German U-boats had cut off shipping to Europe. So to get supplies to Europe, right, there was a wall blockade in the Caribbean, right, and all these little ports in the Caribbean where Americans would leapfrog through the Caribbean, right, go to places like Guyana and then go across the Atlantic, right, to Liberia, and then once they're in Liberia, right, they would ship goods, planes, equipment to the North African theater, and that's how the war was won. Because for a time period, America almost lost the war because German U-boats had the North Atlantic. They lost so much billions of tonnage in sunken ships. So Liberia was vital in the world. And same thing, right? If you have during the Cold War, the United States used Liberia as a staging post against Soviet propaganda. Who they call it names institutions. You got to be more clear with your question. The Soviet Union, so they had a spy satellite there, which Liberia took down and everything. But the thing is, though, you can't have any part of West Africa that falls into the hands of Al Qaeda, Boko Haram, and now that they're narco trafficking. And with that, I got some sad news to report. Okay, a jury in Liberia just acquitted some people, Liberians and Hungarians and everything like that, of $100 million drug bust, right? Let them go. I don't know what happened, everything. My brother Sam sent me to it, and I don't even want to comment on it, right? They found cash, everything like that, and $100 million worth of cocaine. So they tied these people to it, right? But anyway, the jury in Liberia let them go. Now, some people speculating that they were paid off, the jury paid off, the judge paid off, and everything. They let them go. So what I'm saying is this, though. And last year, there was a smuggling boat ran aground in Sierra Leone and Liberia. Liberia is vastly becoming a place where people, and I love Liberians, are fighting back with piracy, money laundering, drugs, guns, and everything. They just busted a crate with somebody trying to smuggle guns into West Africa, and it was busted at the Liberian port, Monrovia port. And sometimes they bust at so Liberia is fighting very hard to stop, don't let its country become a haven for narco terrorists, narco traffickers, and stuff like that. When that happens and whatnot, we are finished. Okay? Kyle, they cancel West Africa building nuclear arsenal in South Carolina. Yeah, but I mean, look at the politics of Africa. Africa is so divided and so weak. It's almost like impossible. You need a strong nation state, a strong, real republic, industrialized nation state from top to bottom that does not depend on poor aid. That's almost like a donor nation before you think about nuclear weapons. A state that has billions and billions of dollars in its back pocket and everything. Then you can start talking like Iran had, like India had, like Pakistan had. You know, yeah, you can build a nuclear weapon. But what country and I think that has the brain capacity? Africa's brain drain is going out. Africa doesn't bring in nuclear scientists and everything. So anybody that got any brains is in UK. They're in the United States. They're working for another country. So that's the problem. Until you build that, what we call an Afrikstan, that one super nation state, that's never going to happen. You know, yeah, it can happen, but it's, you know, the way it is. You old dudes that turn your, oh Lord, what do you mean talk about turn the other cheek? What am I turning the other cheeks for? You know, failure and pain. Well, I'm not a failure. Actually, we're pretty successful. You old dudes that turn the cheek. What turn the cheek away? That you go out there, run your stupid mouth that you're going to get a reparations check, girl. Go down to the welfare office and get on the county. You know, it's about what we're not doing. Anyway,
No, I think that's a guy.
Oh, Tay Brown. I don't know.
No, maybe there's a female. I mean,
there has to be a female that talks like that. You know, there has to be a female.
Yeah, it's confusing nowadays. You can't even tell
who's a male or female. They're all emotional. You know. Yeah, well, who's turning the other cheek? We're freaking going forward with this Pan-African world movement and everything, and we're not stopping us, right? And we will turn the other cheek. I could just either turn the show off right now and forget all this and just live my good life in America. I'm confronted.
Look at other comment they made right after. There we go. This is it right here.
On the African continent, do you guys turn the other cheek and let things go when people scam you down, undermine you? Look, this is what I'm talking about, you know? The bottom line is we're trying to tell people to go to countries, right, and be organized and everything so you don't have to be in that situation. The people who are hard-headed, don't listen, go and think they know anything and everything. They haven't done their homework and they're not connected and everything. They're the ones that get scammed. You know, they're the ones that get scammed. The people that basically that's out there that's connecting and building relationships and everything, I'm not getting scammed.
Right there.
Start relying on the U.S. dollar. That doesn't really matter with the central banking, to be honest with you, my brother. You know, the United States, the U.S. dollar is the currency reserve, right, that of the world. You know, that's just the way it is. You know, that what you can do is basically make sure that your local currency is solvent at all times by not taking out loans, right? Putting high tariffs on luxury goods and stuff like that, right? and start basically the process of, I know it's hard, right? Consume what you produce and produce what you consume.
There you go.
90%. And then trade accordingly with like-minded countries that have similar currency like you. Then you'll see your currency going. Asia did it, Africa can do it. But when you have like 5 different countries in a row and they all got different currencies and everything, and there's no coordination of currency, no regional currency and everything, can't talk about that, you know? The central bank doesn't mean anything, you know? Central bank actually makes it easy for these countries to dominate you. Now, what you deregulate the central bank, right, and use electronic currency, cryptocurrency, the antithesis of a central bank, that's a strategy right there. And also using gold back, and precious resource back currency like we have in Angola right now with the African Gold Bullion Bank. You know, Celeste sent me a picture of the vault and everything. Yo, I've never seen so many $100 bills in my life when that gold, everything like that. The resource bank is growing, and it's going to be back open to the public in July after like a 4 or 5 year hiatus, right? I was looking for the day when, ejected Pan-African school, but we don't control the school scores. But you know what I used to do back in the days, right?
I want to say, I think he's talking about also Liberia. At this point, it was when we were talking about Liberia as far as
Yes, Pan-Africanism, but let me tell you about that. We can have Pan-African schools, but we have to be realistic. A lot of the Pan-Africanists that we put out there, right? Let's open the dialogue up tonight, right? Let's talk. When we talk about Pan-Africans, right? We have to be logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. Okay. Too much of the Pan-Africans, right? They want to quote Garvey, they want to quote Kwame Nkrumah. That is not relevant for a kid, right? Who you tell when he graduates from school in Liberia, Rwanda, that he has no future. You know. Now, I'm not trying to be funny, but that doesn't mean anything, right? They get it. Pan-African, black people working together, right? But when it comes down to how is that going to translate to me getting a job? Be creative. Do I have access to the African continent? Can I travel over here, get a job and everything? That's a practical thing of Pan-Africanism, right? This is how I see Pan-Africanism working, right? When you have an advanced placement school, like in technology and everything, you know you're betting that these top African kids are going to run the continent right there, right? You know what you have to do? You have to have schools, right, that have to be at that level international. Based on language, right? What if you have all the English-speaking African countries, right? Create their high schools and colleges, right, that are international. You'll have Ugandan students, Kenyan students, Nigerian students, Liberian students, Ghanaian students, South African students, right? And they're all going to these different schools, right? These prototype Afrikstan schools all throughout the continent, right? That's basically saying, okay, although I'm a Liberian, although I'm a Nigerian, right? The Pan-African is, right, that the infrastructure is all our responsibility. That's not happening right now in the African continent. You know? So that part of Pan-African has to be taught. That infrastructure is the Pan-African way, right? The infrastructure, the managing the African content and resources, the roads, the education, everything like that. That has to be on a high level. That's not a grassroots movement. That has to be the fact that by the time a kid's like in 7th grade, he knows he's a gifted person. He knows he's going to go to a gifted school in his own country. That's the students that he knew in grade school, right, are not going to be the same students that he's going to be going to school with Nigerians. He's going to be going to school with this, like that. And that should happen all over the African continent. A Liberian kid that's exceptional should be in a school working with kids from different countries or halfway across the continent. And you do that based on maybe even also integrate French-speaking countries into the same fold. Or maybe the French-speaking countries could do their own thing. And then when you have that, right, then it gets rid of, on a high level, it gets rid of this petty, my border, my country, and all the stuff, stupid stuff that people argue over on the continent. That tribalism, that ethnocentrism, and that stuff like this. That's how you build Pan-Africanism, you know? And it has to be done in practice, not in just talking. You know, that's my opinion on that. So that's my opinion on that topic. You know.
An excellent color, excellent breakdown.
Well, we'll see how the BRIC countries do. I mean, China right now. China. They said there was a video I just mentioned that China's in serious trouble. China is being propped up. China got ghost cities. Has 400 million people in dire poverty. You know, you got people in China even starving. You know, so China's really Russia's in a quagmire. Ukraine, it could collapse any day. Russia is nothing. Everybody's putting too much stock in these BRIC countries and whatnot. You know, I mean, I wish them all the best. You know, and I hope it works out for them. You know, but in the meantime, we gotta keep doing what we're doing. You know?
Absolute color. And we're at 1:15 now. Let me add some guests in here.
Okay.
And see what they want to talk about. And yes, so family, play nice when you come on, or we have to backstage you. We have children and elderly watching, so be nice with your language if you join in. Our elder brothers and sisters, where we go.
The person on?
No, I'm just gonna post it and then.
Okay.
There we go, and see who connects on. There you go, family. For those who want to join us, click on the link and join.
Yeah, we like to hear what you got to say. You know.
Yes,
and
join the program.
And I'm saying all the Pan-African movement, nation building movement, right? It's about building us. And I'm gonna tell something. I've talked to Bomani about this before I go on the air. I tell him about any controversial stuff. I make sure I run it by him before I say it, on the air. Okay. Here's the problem, right? When people are just, sitting around, no disrespect to anybody, the brother who just posted, whatever, no disrespect to him. When people are sitting around, black people are sitting around in 2023 waiting for the United States to collapse, and the BRIC countries are going to save us and everything like that, and all this kind of stuff like that. We've been waiting for. Elijah Muhammad wrote the book Fall of America, like 50 years ago? Where's America stat? Still here. Black people thought they were going to get a reparation check. What happens? You still punching that clock on Monday morning because you ain't getting shit, This is how the real world works. And I hope people could take this in love. And I don't know how else to say this, right? We black men, Africans and African Americans, we have not been real men to the world. We haven't. But how tough we think we are and how hard we think we are, we haven't been real men. You know who showed themselves as real men? Them little tiny Japanese. Those little tiny Vietnamese. Because you know why? Because our whole thing is, how can I get white people to love me? How can I get white people to say, I'm sorry, and all stuff like this? That's not going to happen. What we have to do is this, like everybody else. Now, do you think the white people like when India was pursuing nuclear capability? No, they didn't. They did it anyway. India doesn't care. And India still has relationship with America. Pakistan. Do you think they cared about what the United States tried everything in its power? We'll cut relations and everything. So they don't even bother pursuing it. And now that you talk about nuclear weapons, right? Black people in the African world haven't even tried industrialization, which we know is a direct competition. We don't even want to confront them on the industrialization. 200 years since the Industrial Revolution, and black people, 2 billion people on the planet, right, have control over no industries. But we consume everything. Our clothes, cars, everything, right, that is made by other races. So the other races do not respect us. So therefore, when you basically go and confront them, like the Asians, right, had the Bandung Conference in 1955. They said if we do X, Y, and Z, A, B, C, like that, we're going to pass the West. The West knew that. The West tried their best to sabotage it. They tried to buy Lee Kuan Yew off. They did everything they can. They was in Vietnam. They escalated the war in Vietnam. They did everything they can. They threw everything in Asia. By the late 1980s, in the era of Indira, the powerful yen, the Japanese transferred all that capital, that surplus capital that they made selling America products and everything, and then fused it into Southeast Asia. Boom, checkmate. And ever since then, the 90s and everything, it's been a Pacific century. Now the West is like, yeah, okay, we were beaten. And the only thing the West really has is, right, still military. That's why the only thing America really has is, we defeated Saddam Hussein and everything. America can't show you anything. Now America, it has a comeback with as far as technology. That's where America is dominating, with Silicon Valley. That's it. Take away Silicon Valley, America has nothing. But the bottom line is this. You know what they're doing? They're getting with other winners in the world. They're inviting the Asians in right now as partners. And they're linking up together in Silicon Valley. The Indians and Chinese, everybody else, link up together. So we don't have a thing. The reason why, because winners stick with winners, even when they're enemies. We have not done that as a race. We want to be losers and whatnot, and sitting around waiting for the BRIC nations to come up and everybody to save us and everything, instead of doing what needs to be done by building Black African infrastructure. What do you think I do this for? I believe in this. This is what I'll put on this earth for. This is what my mission in life is. This is what I mean. Do we have inferiority complex? Yes, because we don't believe in ourselves. If you join the Black African infrastructure and say we need to build Black African infrastructure, right? Then you're on the path to salvation. We don't want to do that. We got every excuse in the world why we're not building Black African infrastructure. This is my destiny. This is what I was put on this planet for. The U.S. Mom, people, countries, tell you who's in power, call it. Well, the bottom line is this. Another thing, right? Let's talk about that, Mr. or Mrs. Tay, right? Even if you put a Black man in the White House, right? As long as he does X, Y, and Z, the military, stuff like this, you can put it. White people don't even care who's in the White House. Don't even matter. Because they know that this is what the game is, right? America set the bar for the world to follow, right? What's not going to happen is, right, is degenerate Arabs and terrorists, right, take over the world. Then the world go into the dark ages. If the Asians are going to take over the world, we're not, the West even know, okay, well, they'll have it for a couple hundred years and everything. We'll get it back sometime. They're not going to let that Black man get in power because we haven't shown the world that we know how to run shit. When we show the world that we know how to run stuff right now, then the bottom line, even though they're going to fight you and everything, they're going to friggin' nod and tip the hat to you and say, well done. We have not shown that. That's why I talk about Liberia. Liberia had beaten them at every benchmark. They tried their best to destroy that country and everything it stood for. But still it rose. And that's what we're building on, right? And we're taking, Liberia, despite everything they threw at Liberia one night, it had the highest growth rate in the world in the 1970s. So I want to hear from over Jughead. Talk to me, Jughead.
Greetings, Jughead. You're alive, brother. What's happening? Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
Thank you, Bomani. Thank you, Carla. Good morning from the UK. Straight Black pride. Straight African pride. Yeah, people. The topic you discussed today, Bomani, very topic, very important. 2 days ago, the great Malcolm's birthday would have been, if he had survived, he would have been in his 90s now. The great Malcolm X, his birthday was 2 days ago. Well, it's a centenary of his passing. And I think it's quite apt that you brought this topic up for discussion. See, Bomani, Carla, you're correct. African Americans, of course, must come back to Africa of high value. I'll tell you why. Malcolm was killed because Malcolm was trying to get Africans from the current continent and Africans from America to join up. That was dangerous. Because Africans and Americans, as I said before, our last 20 years, you've been the most progressive, most advanced, most creative blacks on the planet. That's beyond disputes. If you combine your creativity with Africans' resources, it's over. That's why Malcolm was killed. What Malcolm was doing was dangerous. Malcolm did that. If you combine America's creativity, the genius, with Africa's resources, by now we'd have 50 black China. You imagine Dr. Lee on Q. By now we'd have 50 black Singapores by now. The 50 black South Koreas by now. The 50 black Japan's by now, Dubai's. If you listen to Malcolm, instead we followed civil rights misleaders. That's why we made our progress. We followed clowns, cowards, coons, and stooges. That's why everyone has passed us. 3 decades ago, Color, UAE was a patch of desert in the Middle East. 3 years ago, before pre-COVID, UAE sent 10 probes to Mars. Little UAE, sent 10 probes to Mars in 2019. The UAE, which didn't exist 3 decades ago. Well, we've been lollygagging and playing games and marching and waiting for a reparation check. Everyone else is progressing militarily and economically. Everyone else passes us by. We've allowed cowards and stooges to mislead us. Went from nation building towards begging and marching, waiting for a check, which is never going to come. So it's the topic is very apt on Bomani. We need African Americans of quality to come back to Africa and to invest economically, but obviously it goes both ways. Africa also must provide a stable environment. You can't come to a war zone. Until the current African misleaders are removed, it's going to be difficult because African Americans, you can't expect to leave a first world country, first world nations like we're in France, we're in Canada, US, come to Africa, which is unstable and no infrastructure. So Africa must do its part as well. It goes both ways, you know. Africa must extend our hand to the diaspora, provide a stable environment, provide the resources. Then they will come. You know, it goes both ways, Bomani. It goes both ways. Africa must do its part. We've not done our part. We've left Africans in the diaspora alone and unprotected. That's why I feel like that's why they've been killed. Look at my brother Jordan Neely, killed by that depraved degenerate called Daniel Penny. Why was he killed? Because Daniel Penny knew he had no backup. They killed us on camera, and people defending this killer. That guy got £2 million funds. A murder of my brother. This is how much. This is the contempt, disrespect for us. The contempt for Black Americans. Disrespect. That's an insult. The guy kills a brother on camera, and he gets a £2 million fund. That's disgraceful. So Africa must.
You're absolutely right, brother Jughead. And what you said was, I want to build on what you just said about Africa has to meet us halfway. Nigeria had the money, right? $400 billion missing out of its coffers. Not what was allotted for, $1 billion missing out of its coffers since 1960. When they had oil, 60 when they had oil discovery. $1 billion of money that could have developed the whole of West Africa. Look at the United Arab Emirates, right? They took a piece of land that was barren and everything like that. And the Emirates said, look, I'm going to take my land and we're going to create this new city, you know, with new city state. Where I want to invite people all over the world to do business, you know. And people laugh on who would come to a freaking desert? Who would come in there? Oh, that's when you have vision. Now, what if the Lekki or the Echo Atlantic was marketed like that, you know? We're going to put billions of dollars and we're going to bring people from Black America all over the world to live in this one place. They were betting on white people from Europe coming to Echo Atlantic. Why, they were crazy? No kind of Pan-African vision. And also, I asked the question: why is it that countries that got ports in the country, why no one says, what about the millions of Black people in the West, right? Couldn't we make a lot of money in tourism and everything? And we started building what Dubai did? No sort of discussion. The only country that I found that was interested in what I was talking about was Angola. Angola is definitely interested in the Afrikstan and what we propose to them, you know? But like I said, I can't do that until I show proof that we can do that. We can come there. That's why it's important that we support Brother Bomani and what we're doing in Liberia first, right? And then the other countries say, yeah, you know, let's do this, you know, place of business, banking and education, everything like that. Why do we have to go to Europe to live a first world life? Why can't we build that citadel of hope on the African continent, you know? And when we do that, and like I said, I don't know if you listened to the show the other night, Jughead, we could have used you on that show. We played a video of the top Black, some of the top, I don't think these were top Black neighborhoods in America. And they kept saying the average income here, $150,000 a year, blah, blah, blah. But the comments from Negroes in America talking about, oh, they're all uppity. Wait till white man comes and pulls a Black Wall Street. All this negativity, you know,
You're right.
All this kind of negativity and everything like that. So in other words, we're not supposed to have anything. What's what the white man's Thanos? He's gonna snap his infinity gauntlet. It's gonna go away. That's what the mentality is, right? That's why we have to separate ourselves and delineate from these Negroes who think like that.
Correct. Color, my comment quickly, Color. What's up, Color? I do apologize profusely. Color, if that's my first comment I posted earlier, you're right, Color. What it is, we've been the cowards to take a preference in our community. We've got to put the cowards in their place. We've got the cowards with their defeatist mentality come in with their defeatist man mindsets to contaminate our people with all the cowardly talk. Oh, we can't do that. We must Color, I'm an elitist. I'm a separatist. I'm of blacks on us. We want to progress. We're here from the coons. The coons and the cow must be identified and removed from our race. We must separate because we other ethnic groups, Color and Bomani, they're progressive because they identify the cows and they deal with them. They don't allow the cows to contaminate them. They're ruthless. We're black. We're too soft. I'm not calling for violence yet. But people like Kunis Owens, Jason Shitlock, Stephen A. All these coons, Morgan Slaven, with the cowardly talk. When they come and defend killers of our people, they must be ostracized and must be vilified. Can you imagine, Color, if a Palestinian woman openly defended an Israeli man killing a Palestinian man, what they do to her? Can you imagine an Afghanistan woman from Afghanistan defending an American soldier killing an Afghanistani man? What they do to her? You got Kunis Owens, but defending that Marine that killed her brother. Imagine that. Imagine that treachery. No community will tolerate that. Color. They're lucky. People like Kunis Owens, Larry Elder,
Jesse Peterson.
Jesse Peterson. They're lucky because in their ethnic group, they be look. I'll be careful.
Well, you gotta say something. These people are getting paid. It pays to friggin' sell out, and all these people, all they want to do is sell out, and they got white people. I look at their comments, right? I don't even comment. White people, and that's what it is.
You're correct. That's not a point. You're correct. That's not my point. Point is this, Bomani. If there were any other ethnic group, I don't want to get Bomani flagged. So be careful with my words. People like these traitors, if they're in an ethnic group, they want them to not be breathing. They're lucky because we black people, we tolerate cowardice, we tolerate fuckery. That's why they're still breathing. They're lucky. Because let me calm down now because I don't get Color of Bomani flagged. Color, take over, please. I don't get Bomani flagged.
Yeah, brother. Jughead, you always bring it. You always bring it. Yeah, like I said, the bottom line is this: the reason why they basically do this is why this movement is so important, right? The more people keep coming on here, and they're saying that Bomani's leaving next week for Ghana, and we're doing these trips. We got this big trip coming to Liberia, which is really going to be the thing. This is going to be the first time where any of these trips are going to have high-level people in the government of a country speaking to us and stuff like this. And this is going to go out to the whole entire black world. We're going to tell the world that, yes, we are basically reconnecting with what our ancestors started in Liberia. It's not going to start in Liberia. It's not going to end in Liberia. We're going to basically build and everything, and we're going to build this Pan-African world and everything, and we're not going to be apologized for it. I'm sick and tired of black people apologizing for what we know is right. The white man, he can go into the deserts of Las Vegas and say, I see casinos and everything, right? And they say, you're crazy. They told, what's the name, Bugsy Siegel, Benny Siegel, you're crazy. Who's going to do that? Oh, I can see the vision, we could build hotels here, build a whole town here, nothing but hotels and everything. They thought he was insane, And same thing with Nookie Thompson. You're insane. Why would you do that? And guess what? He did it. He didn't look at the naysayers. Black men are basically are so cowardice. We're so scared of being the outside. See, I'm a maverick. I'm an outsider. I don't care about what people think. I said that we focus on building connections between the institutions, everything we have here in America, with the Africans on the ground and stuff like that, build institutions and everything. You're going to see a difference in 10 years. Now, it was 10, 12 years ago, I created the Association of African Liberia, right? And since that whole movement, before I did that movement, right, nobody in Black America was talking about Liberia. I have friends of mine now that they're friends of mine that started with me when they're basically on the Liberia stuff, they're in the Liberian politics, and I was like, they don't even give me credit for getting them started in Liberia, you know? Because they back in time they were talking about Ghana and Gambia, but now they're all involved in Liberia and stuff like that. Because I started something 10 years ago that said that we need to pay attention to this country because we have a history here. And so had I not did that and listened to go along with the crowd, and it's like this. Now I'm not putting down any country that like Ghana, South Africa. At the time, South Africa was big, Ghana was big. People talking about Kenya, you know, these countries. I said, look, you know, this is one country in Africa that we have a close relationship with. And we're like, oh, I heard the American Liberia. Then when I studied the country, I knew about it. I studied the country closely, and I read so many books and everything. I said, you know, that notion of Liberia being this white supremacist and blackface person there, that was a complete lie. There was nothing I found in the research and the many books I read about the country said that was true. And then I interviewed a lot of Liberians, particularly native Liberians. I said, no, man, we went to school together, and we were mates and friends and everything like that. We dated each other and everything like that. So who was the American? I said, and then I found out. I said, nobody called themselves American Liberians. They would just call them black folks or Africans. We were just all black people, you know, living in Africa, you know. Proof of which is a lot of so-called American Liberians, right? Like my wife and her family. And and when they basically, my wife was on that brother that was on that boat, what's his name? The Liberian brother that came on a couple when I was in Liberia. He was basically talking about, he was on a refugee boat. I found out that my wife was on that same refugee boat. Now she's my wife, Isabella, and her family. These are Congo people, royalty and everything, upper class, everything. But the bottom line is her status on that boat was she was an African refugee. You know, so this idea of Congo people, the bottom line is a lot of people that were considered called American Liberians, they were in the UK, they were in America, and they were just typical African refugees. They were from the continent of Africa. So the reality is Liberia was definitely an African state, an African republic. There was no one group of people that had special privileges because they had an American background. That did not exist. You know, so when I found out all that, I said, you know, look, this is definitely a country we need to connect with. You know, so you got another brother on the phone, on the line.
All right, cool. All right, Olu, welcome to the call. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. What's on your mind tonight? All right, your line is unmuted. All right, I'll continue with Kala.
You know, people, when you come on the show, you know, and you're up, be ready to speak. You know, it's not hard. That tells me a lot about you. You know, when you get on here and you just sit there and we got dead air. You know, speak, whether good or bad, talk. You know, it's not hard. You know, I mean, come on.
There you go. The link is reposted for those who want to join us. But when Jughead continue.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is that we have to do what we have to do. If I say that Liberia and Angola are two countries I want to build with and everything, I don't give a damn who doesn't like it, or who likes it, or who doesn't like it. That's the difference between us and other races. We sit there and watch other people and everything like that, and see what other people think about what we're doing. Like, let me give you an example. The other day I was talking about Bomani, but a couple of my guys came in from next door. Are we there? I'm frozen.
We can hear you.
Okay, my video's frozen. Anyway, my guy Ken next door, older white guy, he's one of my partners in business. His office is right next to mine. And he comes in, we're sitting down talking and whatnot, you know, and he just asked me, so tell me about Africa, you know. He just asked me, he said, I know, you know, white, I know they'll be talking about that, you know. I said, well, Ken, we just had a heart-to-heart about race and everything like that. We just had a heart-to-heart, you know. He's an older white guy. And so basically I told him, I said, I love it. I consider Liberia my homeland. He said, that's good. And I said, look, Liberia was founded by people. I said the first president of Liberia was from Norfolk, Virginia, raised in Petersburg. I said, you know, Roberts Park in Norfolk. He's like, oh, really? He said, that's what that's named after? I said, yeah. Roberts Park was named after Joseph Jacobs Roberts. So I never knew that. I said, yeah, the whole history of Liberia is tied to this Hampton Roads area. I said, wow. He said, yeah. So he said, man, I got to do some more research on that. You know, I said, this country, I love it. It's part of who I am. It's a part of my heritage. And I'm going to do honor like that. And then so, okay, then we start talking about other things. Nobody questions or Jews says, okay, I'm going to Israel, Tel Aviv, whatever like that, you know. But it seems like black people in America, because of the culture in America, all they know is black people with their, Langston used to say, the shore to shore mentality. That the African American only exists in the prism, in this paradigm of white, black, and country thing. But when you step out of that and say, look, okay, I'm in America, I understand that, right? But also, I'm a part of Africa now, too. And I'm building over there, you know, a wife in Africa and everything like that, family. And I'm building over there, too. And so, like I said, I have a long-term goal to make sure that that relationship grows and the movement grows. Now, nobody in this world has a right to tell me that, oh, no, we're all Americans. Or like these ADOS FBA people want to, not only do they say they care about America, which I don't believe, right? They want us to sever our ties with Africa or anything like that because they want us confined to the 50 states of America, right? So white people can rule over us forever. That's all that is, you know? So.
That's very dangerous, Colin. That's very dangerous. That mindset that I have, Colin.
Oh, yeah, I know it's dangerous. You know, I don't play with these ADOS FBA people anymore.
Shall I tell you why that, Colin? I mentioned, well, let me slow down because not just you, here in the UK also, not just in America, here in the UK also, because what happened with Jordan Neely 2 weeks ago, what happened with Trayvon Martin, where civilians, not police, where civilians killed African Americans. I remember that Sister Tawana Brownlee, killed by that Korean lady. Was it back in 94, 95?
Yeah.
50, right.
Latasha Harlan. Her name was Latasha Harlan.
Yes, I beg your pardon. Right. That's kind of these things I've given you. That's a microcosm. A microcosm will happen on macro level. And then when Latin Americans come, the majority population in your country, by 2050, 2045,
yeah.
That's what they've been doing wholesale. What's happening in California now, where the Mexicans are killing and terrorizing blacks with the police complicity of the police. The police are doing nothing about it. That's all
You're the police.
On macro level.
There's racist Latinos on the LA County Police Force, and they brag about terrorizing black people. They hate them.
Yeah, right. But Carla, my point back is that's just the start. That's the beginning. Not the end, that's the beginning. What's in the American majority? You see my point, Carla? That's why it's dangerous to get yourself from Africa and as America, because if you focus on America, they're going to wipe you out gradually. Because Malcolm warned us, Carla, Malcolm warned us that America is just capable of committing genocide, and that's the journey was. And Malcolm was correct. Malcolm wasn't a fool, Malcolm was correct. What's happening now, you know, when Mexicans, this guy killed a brother on camera, and the police questioned him, they didn't need it, and let him go. It wasn't for that Spanish guy, Vasquez, who filmed it. He would have got away with murder. He said, the environment is color. This devil, this depraved degenerate, then nearly killed a brother on camera. Please question him and let him go. Same with Jules Zimmerman. When Jules Zimmerman killed Trayvon, please question him and let him go. So those black communities that's made a fuss. That Zimmerman went to court. That's the environment you're in, color. That people can kill you and get away with it, and police can. They were a system. Look at Dylan Roof. That devil killed 9 Africans in that church in North Carolina. Police gave him a bulletproof vest, a Burger King meal. Imagine that, color. Imagine that, Bomani. This devil killed 9 Africans, elderly senior African in the church, North Carolina, and the police gave him a bulletproof vest, escorts, and a Burger King meal. Disrespect, hatred. This is all the beginning of what happened on a macro level when the Hispanics come majority by 2050, when they're 3-4 decades time. This is the beginning. So the aliens want to stay in America behind enemy lines in that environment. Good luck to them. Good luck to them, because look at Daniel Petty. He's raised $2 billion for his lawyer fees. He didn't even ask for it. Daniel Wilson, Brown, was raised $2 million for his fees. Dan Wilson, he didn't even ask for it. Junior Seaman raised $500,000.
Yeah.
And that's
Darren Wilson hasn't been interviewed or nothing. He's gone. He's out there living his best life and whatnot, you know, and everything. Everything's been on the Brown the Brown family and everybody else, but he basically got media coverage, blackout, and everything like that. You know, he's probably living somewhere in Montana chilling, you know, with that $4 million he got.
Yeah,
that's what it is. And black people don't seem to get it, you know. And like I said, if you think America is going to save you and everything, well, the little crumbs you got, you think black immigrants are your biggest problem or not? You are sadly mistaken. You know?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Hold on, correct. They got a long-term plan. They're letting the immigrants in to replace you. They got some strategy. They're thinking 3-4 decades down line color. All these immigrants are letting in, they're to replace you. If you remember, color, you're like me, you're a historian. Look at the beginning of last century. With your presidents, Calvin Coolidge, Woodrow Wilson, and Teddy Roosevelt. He had millions of immigrants come from America to take. You put the country. Okay,
the bottom line, the first thing they did was they brought these European immigrants here to basically challenge black people for jobs and everything. Woodrow Wilson fired black people when he got in the White House. Fired black people from all government jobs and everything like that, and played the birth of a nation in the White House.
Correct. Correct. But see my point. History's repeating itself. Those two presidents, Woodrow Wilson, Calvin Coolidge, Teddy Roosevelt, they all did the same. All three of them did it. There were millions of immigrants from Ireland, Italy, to replace you, take resources that should have gone to you. That same is happening again. History's repeating itself. The same cycle is repeating itself. So, and better be careful, because you will say if they say behind enemy lines, good luck to them. Because,
see strong black representation and power between Black America and Black Africa. You know, that's the thing. I've been saying that my whole entire life. That happens when bottom line, if I have to fight this war by myself, I'll do it. And the bottom line is this, like I said, and I hope people like Afrikstan and all those people would get their act together and stop the nonsense and everything. Because the bottom line is this: we cannot afford to have black people in the diaspora be enemies. You know, we're fighting a global race war. If you don't believe we're in a global race war, then I'm sorry to tell you. Tay Brown, you know.
Greetings, Tay Brown. Welcome to the call. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Want to know if are you down with the big banner of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood?
Come on, Tay, speak.
I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted.
Oh, so you're our guy.
Yeah, I'm a guy. Let's stop trying to gaslight me and try to call me a female, bro. That's sucker stuff.
Yo, the whole show.
That's sucker shit. We don't do that. We don't do that. Yeah, that's sucker shit. We don't do that.
Yeah. Oh, you're young. You're young. How old do you take?
Because you won't say that in my face. You would call me a female, so I don't respect that.
I would say don't go there, bro. I'll say it to your face.
But I'm not disrespectful, bro. I'm just saying that's disrespectful.
I'm asking you. I thought you was a female, bro. It was a mistake. My mistake. My bad. I was asking, how old are you?
Me, I'm 37.
37. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not a young kid.
Yeah. No, I'm not a young kid, man. I'm old. I got my life together, and I was getting into the Pan-Africanism, and a lot of things that you guys do, it kind of turns me off a little bit.
So let's explain. You got the floor is yours, Senator.
Well, my thing is you guys hyper focus too much on what we do here in America. You never focus on, say, the guys that are like, I don't know, where Jughead, he's like in Britain or whatever, or in the UK. They don't never hyper focus on what their issues are, like where they are located. Everybody is focused on Black America and what we're doing and what we're not doing compared to just Black people in general around the world.
We're the main event. Black America is the main event. That's why everybody's thinking we get.
I don't believe that. See, I don't believe that, and you don't believe that. You want us to believe that, but how is that Pan-Africanism? That's going to say we are the number one. then everybody got to follow us. No, I want the black British people. I want black Jamaicans. I want black Haitians. I want everybody to be able to hold their own. So then we can come together in a position of strength. Not
Well,
everybody look at America and follow them or follow what they don't do.
No, let me ask you a question. Now it's time for Q&A, right? Okay. You said that you want them to hold their own, right? Do you understand what part of the country do you live in?
I'm in California in the area.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. You're in California. Okay.
Put that
Well,
East Coast, West Coast shit. You don't think the vice of color? You always talk about East Coast and how intelligent y'all are, bro. That's bullshit.
Let me say.
You don't think that's the vice of?
Hold on. Let me say.
I'm just saying, because you talk shit like the East Coast dudes is hella more intelligent than West Coast dudes, bro. Like that's crazy talk. That's some shit that New York niggas used to.
Hey, calm down, bro. This is what I'm saying.
I hate when you do that because you New York, East Coast, that's like you the accomplishments of people that's in the South, that's in the Midwest. And what you're saying you guys are smarter than everyone else.
No, what I'm saying is this though, right? Let me tell you something about how the things work.
And you guys are not.
New York, right? In New York, right? And East Coast, right? Let me tell you how things work, right? Back in the days,
I've been in New York, bro. I know how things work. I know how things work, bro. You can't tell me how things work in New York. You're in Virginia, bro.
It's the 13 colonies, you know.
And also, let me say this, right?
I understand that, Bomani.
Okay, check us out. Now,
that's why these schools are more developed and have the best universities in the world and some of the best black minds because of that early age development and the struggles of our people. So,
didn't all of
hey, Tay, you're breaking up, man.
Yeah, I want to make sure your mic is good because we're enjoying the conversation. Make sure your mic is good.
Yeah. Okay, check us out. My point I'm trying to make is this. Back in the days, you ever heard of Prince Hall? Prince Hall came from Haiti, founded Prince Hall Masons and whatnot. You know, he was building Black America. John Brown Rushmore was born in Jamaica, right? First Black person to graduate from Bomani College in Maine. First Black person to graduate college anywhere in America, right? He founded a newspaper called the Freedmen's Journal, right? You had Denmark Vesey. You ever heard of him? Was plotting to overthrow thing and liberate Black people in South Carolina. You know where he was born? He was born in the Bahamas. You know. So what I'm saying is this though, right? Madam Stephanie St. Clair found the policy banks. Because those policy banks that we used to amass a lot of money, the first Black banks were established in America, right? So the Caribbean community has always been a contributor, right? When Harlem, Black people from we used to call them West Indian people. West Indian people have always been an integral part of Black America. You know, Marcus Garvey, you know, and all these other people that are Black nationalists who fought for us and everything like that on a global scale. You know, now what I'm saying is though, you notice how when white people come over here, they join the vast white infrastructure. You know, when Asians come over here, they go to Chinatowns and everything like that. Indians, they go like this. Why is it that when it comes to Black people, the Black race, right, we want to basically talk about, we want everybody to hold their own and everything when it's obvious that we need each other. You know, we need numbers. You know, I don't understand that.
I don't disagree with anything you said about each other. But before you know somebody else, you got to be able to help.
Oh, we are helping. Let me ask
you. We're talking about how we can help each other. We're not actually doing it as a collective. We're talking about it.
We want to hear you. We want to hear you, but your mic is really just going.
Yeah, what's wrong with your mic? Can you?
I want to hear you. I mean, you don't have to agree with us, but I want to make sure if you can adjust your mic, we can have a good conversation.
Yeah, it's a good conversation, man. I think you should log out and come back in. Drop off and come back in. So what I'm saying is this, though. When you say we got to help each other in Black America, tell me the Buy Black business movement that basically said that Black purchases and stuff like that has skyrocketed since the adoption of the Buy Black app, right? That's linked to DoorDash and other places like that. Tell me how we Black Americans are not helping each other. Hey. No. Well, I think the fact of the matter is the fact that what about the record number of African Americans who are going to HBCUs now? They're turning down scholarships to white universities, everything, to go to all Black colleges and everything because they want that experience. How are we not helping each other? How are we not? It's happening before our eyes. So this idea of we need to get ourselves together. We are together. All we're saying is now it's time to build a bridge between the Caribbean, the diaspora, and Black Africa. That's all. People act like now. What I can say is this, though. Now, people, if you spend your time on social media and you hear these ignorant people from the Caribbean, Africa taking shots at Black America, and you don't know your history, you don't know the tremendous success Black people in America have, is unmatched. Not the Indians, the Chinese, anybody is able to accomplish what we have in America. No, it's not even close. We're crawling up there. We got business people that are crawling up there, like when you see the shore, and we're about the victory. You got Black people out there who are basically going for broke. As far as like in the corporate world and everything, we're conquering every aspect of America. So this idea that Black people, what it is, the problem is, so many Black people like him are disconnected from the high value Black society and everything because we don't have Black Enterprise magazine, we don't have Ebony magazine. So it looks like immigrants are doing everything. We need to stick together. We are sticking together. We are achieving in America. We are accomplished. We accomplished. So we don't have to hate on immigrants if we know what we're doing. We're already doing this stuff like this. I know Black America. We played the thing 20. Maybe we need to play that again, Bomani. I know Bomani don't like playing long videos. Maybe we need to play that again tonight, Bomani, to let them know, yes, there's Black businesses that are freaking kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, or we can find a different version of it also.
Yeah, or we can just play part of it. Maybe we just play like 5 minutes. It's long, 25 minutes, but maybe we just want to play like, maybe skip around it, And
I mean, but there's plenty of other videos similar to those that's out there.
Yeah, let's see if we can find them.
Yeah, so yeah, and something 5-10 minutes would be good.
But guys, we're coming out to go soon.
Go ahead, Jughead.
Right, yeah, Carly, you're correct. I said before, for the last 12 years, Black excellence in America is unmatched. That's beyond dispute. That's not even kissing us. That's a fact. So, but what happened in the last 5 decades? This is the death of great like Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and Medgar Evers. You've been misled by boule bourgeois mother effers. That's what's happened. You've been misled for the last 12 decades. You've gone astray. That's all from slavery after Reconstruction, right after the 1960s. Black Americans were building in science, business, sports, music, in excellence, behind enemy lines with impediments in your way. That's your greatness. Behind enemy lines with impediments. No group is space that.
No other group of people have ever achieved what Black Americans achieved in the similar circumstances. Not even close.
Not even close. As a fact. Anyway,
look at the Chinese people that have been in Japan for 300 years. They're still small shopkeepers and tradesmen. That's it. They never rose in Japan society. Never.
But Carl, I'll go further than that. Carl, imagine if you gave oppressions in 1866, we should have done, and been left alone. Imagine where you'd be now. Where you'd be now? America would be now. America would be America would be on the moon by now, for real. America would be a type of civilization. According to the College Scale, America, there are 3 civilization types. The Muslim is number 3, especially godhood. Number 1, when you achieve fusion energy, it's stellar travel. That's where you'd be now. If America, you're the backbone of America. You're the spine of America. You're the soul.
Yeah, without Black America, the soul of America. If we pull out of the country, white man knows that.
And the spine. That's just what they're jealous of you. And if you give me reparation, left you alone, America will be on Mars by now. Let them on the moon. America will be on Mars by now. Let them on the moon. And you to put them there with your genius, your creativity. Bomani, color, Love you guys, man. For UK, love, respect. I'm gone. Take care.
All right, brother. Black power, brother.
Black power.
Take care, brother. Jughead.
Gene Smith says we have access to digital. That does not work because people will spend their time. It's not like when you go and grab a magazine from a newsstand. People overestimate this digital stuff. You know, nobody takes time to say I'm gonna get a digital magazine and find out what it doesn't work like that. You know, nobody that's why people rely too much on the internet. The internet, most people watch the internet for porn, sports, and all this stuff like this. You know. And just gossip they see on the drama. So that's why we got people who are misinformed so much about what's going on in Black America. We don't have those magazines that every Black person, like we saw, oh yeah, did you read that article in Ebony magazine? Whatnot? Every Black person could tell you, oh yeah, I read that article. And the biggest thing was the Ebony letters to the editor. You know, that was the biggest thing when you know how white people used to look at letters to see what Black people. We don't have Tony Brown's Journal anymore, you know, stuff like that. We don't have the shows like America's Black Forum, you know. We don't have things like that anymore in Black America, where everybody, where the main issues of Black America was centralized, and Black America has been co-opted by people with their own agenda, people putting this leftist ideology, people putting right-wing ideology, you know, people pushing LGBTQ, people pushing all this stuff like this. The core of Black America that we used to have, like where the Black upper class, wealth class, we don't have magazine upscale anymore. And you look at why upscale was created. Upscale was created to highlight Black success in America. We don't have that. We don't have Emerge magazine anymore. All the Black magazines were gone. We sabotaged and everything like that because the white people got rid of them. You know, so the things changed. Oh, we're moving to digital and everything. Like, oh, everybody's going online. That flopped. We still need magazines. I don't know if magazines are obsolete. I don't know how to get the message out. You know, so that's the thing. We don't have those magazines and stuff like that anymore. So we can't do this. That can only be one person. You know, that can only be one person. Baruti says perhaps African Americans don't realize the importance of narrative as evidenced by Black enterprise. No, I don't know about that. You know, I just believe that we got caught off guard by things like Vibe magazine, Source magazine, these people that didn't have our best interest, and the so-called hip hop culture and everything like that. Where you have people like P. Diddy talk about he changed the thing from Black to minority. I'm a minority. In words that they choose really carefully. Oh, we were young Blacks and young minorities and everything. Those are careful coded words to make sure that you're not talking about a Black agenda. You know, now Puff Daddy wants to come, P. Diddy want to come back to I want to lead Black world. No, go back to your minorities. And like he said, there's a thing. He says, people who, my base is minorities and people who listen to hip hop and everything. What he found out when his Rock the Vote was, a lot of people who listen to his music are still going to vote for George W. Bush. So people don't give a shit about your fucking music when it came down to one thing. Hey, Bomani, I sent you a video. It's 10.
Yeah, you remember when Vote or Die?
Vote or Die, you know? And,
you remember that corny slogan?
Yeah, we saw how that went, you know? And he found out that
it went completely left. Died.
Yeah. You know? So the bottom line, we let people like the P. Diddy's, we let MTV take over our discussion and everything. All this kind of foolishness, you know. BET was corrupted, you know, and everything. So what the hell, you know? So the bottom line is this. But anyway,
is that a joke?
Make Black America great again. Everyone's a comedian. We are allowed non-Black people to control our media. Yes, true. Things like the griot and all owned by white people. You know, and all they talk about is Black misery, Black failure. You know, what was that other one? World Star. You know, we will listen to World Star. So don't tell me about the digital. Black people will not sit there and listen to anything intelligent as far as like the internet. The fact that World Star blew up and all stuff like the World Star hip hop and all stuff like all this ratchet shit blew up on that became the face of Black culture. And that's how we see ourselves. We don't have that anymore, you know, a thing. It's not going to change because ignorance and stupidity sells. You know, but when you have a black magazine and stuff like that, where you got a subscription to it and everything, I was subscribed to Black Enterprise, Essence, and Ebony, and Emerge magazine. I couldn't wait till they came, every edition they came in. You know, and I was like, read them front to back. So I was informed about what was going on in Black America.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. I got the video lined up. Let me remove this thing here, and we got Not Measy on. I caught a strike back. Make Black America great again. Appreciate the comment, brother. And greetings, Not Measy. You just can't get enough of us, brother. How you doing?
I like you guys.
Hope you're having a wonderful day, brother. Welcome to the call.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I appreciate my brother Khaled as well. Spirited debates. Sometimes they get extra spicy like a curry goat, but I still got love.
What's on your mind, Nick?
Make Black America great again. You know, I think we fall from where we used to be, and we have to focus on getting back to where we were so that we can go forward. That's me. Akata Strikes Back. That's my other account.
We knew that. We knew that. But yeah, like I said, make Black America has always been great to me. You know, I've never wavered. I never like that. So, but the topic of tonight is how value African Americans involved with Pan-Africanism, and that's the challenge. You know, how to get high value African Americans involved in the Pan-African movement. You know, and that's going to be the litmus test, and seeing how the Pan-African world goes to the next level. You know, the high value African Americans with the education, with the connections and everything like that in America. And like I said, we played videos of top 20 black businesses in America, blew people's minds away. Blew people's minds. Wow, we had no idea. The reason why we have no idea is because we're not connected to each other anymore. How can we say we're Black America, but nobody supports Black American institutions anymore? Ebony Magazine used to be a foundation. You knew what was going on in Black America. I was introduced to Reginald Lewis through Ebony Magazine. He was on the front cover of Ebony Magazine, first Black billionaire. He inspired me. He made me feel proud. You know, we do not have what's high value? High value just means people who have character and exalted because they did all the right things in life, the education, the skills, the connections, and everything like that. And when they take on a project, let's say in Africa, right, they're still going to do the right thing, and they're going to make a difference. Like the brother who built the surgical center in Ghana, the Lucas group. He's going to make Ghana a center of medical tourism and surgery and stuff like this. That's a high value African American. He chose Ghana. You know, are you connected with Umar Johnson? I mean, Umar listens to me. I listen to him. You know, but
thanks for letting me speak, brother. I love that you practice Black internal customer service. Unless you just want to hear yourself speak.
Well, like I said, I just gave my view about that. But
no, I appreciate you telling me about the topic. Look, print media has gone the way of the dinosaur. So obviously, with new media and the internet, people have a lot of things that they can choose from. And with this new generation, I don't really think that they have the mindset of networking with Black Americans, especially in America. There's so much in America. People are not choosing Blackness. Everybody doesn't come from a Black first or Black nationalist mindset, especially nowadays. I think that's true not only for Black America, but for many people in many countries, even in African countries. They're focused on individual capitalism as opposed to the greater good, the greater collective. Now, you mentioned the Black American who built some sort of center in Ghana. I wish he would have done that in Black America. You know, you guys know as well as I do that, you know, pouring money into Africa is like fucking pouring, you know, money into a bucket with a hole in it. There's not going to be a financial return on that investment. So I say, you know, we have to make ourselves stronger first. Everybody focus on that, and once we become stronger individually, then we can link up. Um, I guess across the board, across the Black world, as something strong. But if right now we got a whole bunch of, you know, injured soldiers talk about, yeah, we're going to create this great army. We've got to whip ourselves in shape. And I think since Black Americans have the biggest the biggest voice, we're the most visual, we need to get our shit straight. And yes, we are great, but I won't sit on my laurels and say that we don't have work to do.
I agree with that, but I work in the healthcare field. You know, I work in the healthcare field, and the way, I'm not trying to school you, educate you, you know, like the way healthcare works is the said government, like Ghana, let's say they insure people, right? Everything in healthcare is based on insurance claims, and insurance is how healthcare facilities work. They bill insurance companies, the government, said government will pay certain things, everything, and then the patient will have a co-payment and everything. So I think this guy did his homework and figured out this. Let me say this, Nat, right? A lot of Ghanaians who were having surgery were flying to Europe and Egypt, right? And a lot of people in West Africa were flying to Europe to get certain procedures done and everything. All he did was say, you're going to spend all this money going to Europe and everything. We could save you money by using this facility. So I think in a way that was a good idea. Probably even more so than Black America, because there's so much competition as far as like the medical. In my area where I live at, there's like 4 or 5 different HMOs and healthcare maintenance organizations there. I work for them all, you know, and they're competing with each other. There's so many doctors. We have doctors on top of doctors. We got physicians on top of physicians. And we have all this stuff like this in America. Doctors competing with each other, hospitals, private primary care physician. And the bottom line is there's a lot. What I'm saying is, so if somebody says, look, I want to go to Ghana, and I want to basically, let's be honest, I believe that, I don't know how you feel about it, right? When you see an African-American that can achieve something like that and build something like that, that gives us a big W in our thing. We can say, look, a brother built the Lucas Institute in Ghana. We could use that, you know, and so what would anything be wrong with that? Same thing if a Black man from America built something in Dubai and everything and said, hey, look, you know, brother did that, you know, but that's what I mean by make Black America great, and we are great. The fact that we have Black people in America do this because there's a global push to minimalize and destroy Black people's accomplishment in America and make it seem like we're just saying like this whole embarrassing reparations movement, you know. That's like there's Black people in America that are doing tremendous things that are shaping the world and doing stuff. And then there's Black people who are left behind, right? Now, the Black people who are doing great are disconnected, like I said, from the Black people who are doing not so well. You know, and the reason why that is because we don't have like the institutions like we had before. We're not meeting at the churches. We're not meeting at the social clubs. We're not meeting at the magazines, you know, and we don't even read the Final Call anymore. You know, we don't even read none of that. So we're disconnected. So everybody feels like they're alone. And what happens is people, when they hear immigrants talking about what they're doing and everything, and naturally people start getting defensive and saying these people are. But if you knew what we have in America, the success we have and the strength Black America has, you wouldn't be threatened by immigrants and all these other people, what they have to say. It's not even close, not even a comparison. You know, that's what I'm saying.
So, Kala, you know, Baruti is saying that there's a disconnect. I don't really think there's a disconnect because you love our people, and so do I. I think your love for Black people is a lot broader than mine. So that's where we disagree. And I do have love for our, you know, distant cousins on the continent, our closer cousins in the Caribbean. But my nuclear family, Black America, is who I have the most love for. And I'm keeping it 100. I have more in common with someone from the Caribbean than I do with someone from the continent. I have more in common with someone from Black America than I do with someone from the Caribbean. And I'm just keeping it 100. I don't have no shade for them, but I say, look, we got to focus on our shit. To your point about reparations. I don't think that it's an embarrassing conversation. I think those it's a debt that's due, and I would never let somebody off the hook for what they did to our ancestors. Never, never, never. But we can walk and chew gum. You see what I'm saying? So while you're working on the reparations, you can also work for progressive things to help our people where we are and where we're lacking, with the opportunities for improvement in the Black American community. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. So, you know, I don't really want to keep pouring money onto a continent that they're just either mismanaging. It's not really, mismanaging is a nice word. The people are just stealing the goddamn money over there. Okay, and they'll steal it in America too, but at least, you know, we have better tabs on it. There's less red tape as far as investments are concerned in America. There's less red tape as far as land purchasing in America. And then when you move in these countries, you know, in these places in Black America, we know the language, we know the people. They can never call us a white man and none of this shit. As far as medical tourism, the people that travel outside of Africa, specifically West Africa, to get medical procedures, they really going on vacation. Like Buhari, he go to England. He just wants to get the fuck out of his country. There's so many talented Nigerian doctors and surgeons, but they're not getting taken care of in their country, so they leave. He could find someone to take care of him in Nigeria. He just wants to go out of Nigeria on his country's dime. So, you know, I'm not gonna, they got a whole bunch of shit that they gotta fix before I really even think about investing in Africa. I'm not gonna do that shit because they gotta get their shit together, but we got too much shit we gotta get together in America, that's all.
I hear your point, right? Like I said, I will never tell anybody, like I tell people all the time, right? Tell people all the time, the best option for Black America is right here in America. And you're going to have no argument about that, right? You're never going to argue with that. But as other people are expanding globally, white Americans and everything like that, you know, why should not Black America expand globally too? Why can't we be part of what opportunity that's across the globe, not just Africa, across the globe? You know, why should we be? And also, when a person taking on opportunity, right? His first duty is to create an atmosphere where he's making money, he's creating opportunity, he's creating revenue for the local tax base and everything. He's doing all the right things, you know, and he's giving back. He's having a social responsibility. Now, if somebody says, I'm going to go to, did you see the movie Blacks Without Borders, Knack? Back in the days, you know, Blacks Without Borders. You got
South Africa?
Yeah, South Africa, right?
Yes.
High level African Americans, right, who said, look, you know, what I want to do in America, right? And then, now that might have been changed now because we're going to play a video, and I play a video like there's Black people in America that's doing higher level than they did in South Africa because America is a bigger economy. There's Black people in America that are just wiping up in industry and everything. We played like 3 Black-owned steel manufacturing countries in America. We have a Black-owned electrical that does transmission lines. So that 20, look up that 20 top-owned Black businesses. You'll blow your mind. You know, and all kinds of, one company's an $11 billion corporation. You know, and one sister owns a staffing business worth $3 billion, right? And in California, she operates throughout the world. So there's a lot of Black people in America who are doing these things, right? I'm saying that those are the type of people, right? You know, I ain't talking about the average Black person, right? I'm talking about those are the type of Black people. This is what we're discussing about tonight. That I think that should be leading the Pan-African world. You know, they're living in the Pan world where there's opportunities, and that's going to take Africans creating the atmosphere on the continent, right? And we have to use the protocols and our connection with the United States government, because if you go into the continent, right, you're still a U.S. citizen. You have to use that to your advantage, you know, and it's going to take a lot of work. And I'm saying to myself this, you creating a pipeline, right, of logistics and everything to another area that could benefit long term. What if, let's say you have Timothy Hightower out of Akron, Ohio, runs, I've known about him since I was a teenager, you know, out of Akron, Ohio. He runs a global petroleum distribution company, right? He should have been at the thing helping Dangote build that refinery, but Dangote went in. He could have doubled his portfolio with that alone. I'm saying where there's opportunity, where there's high value African Americans, Black Americans, as you say, and high value people from African continent are working together, right? I said right now, we do not have that as a face of Pan-Africanism. And I said that has to change, and that's why
So can I get into why that isn't? I'm sorry, brother. Go finish your thought. Finish your thought.
There's a lot of reasons. Like I say, and what you say is legitimate. There's a lot of problems on the African continent. South Africa is one of those countries that they had a good infrastructure, good industry, and everything like that. So Black people did really well with it. Same thing with Botswana. Those southern African countries have a lot of good infrastructure in place. And let's be honest with ourselves, they have an awful lot of white people, Indians, and everything like that too. That that's what it is. But in West Africa, it's a little different. There's a lot of tribalism and stuff like this. So what we're doing is saying, hey, look, we understand the problems. We understand the shortcomings. We're not telling anybody, oh, it's our salvation of Africa. We may not see this in our lifetime, right? But we're going to basically keep doing what we're doing because we understand that when this thing, what we call pop off, right? We don't want to be like, let's like this, So we're creating the networks and everything and have that in place. But when it does pop off, and Africa does get its stuff together, we'll be in a position where we can compete with anybody else on a global scale. And I think the bottom line is we have to start going global. That's what
I don't mind going global, right? But my issue with Africa as a Black American is we have the benefit of the blue passport. And I agree with you 100%. I call it Black American privilege. We have the benefit of the blue passport, but the negative point of the Black skin. Okay, we're still Black. And if you know anything about West Africa, anything white is right. So if you got a bunch of Black Americans and one white boy sitting in a board meeting, guess who the eyes are going to be on? That white boy may have carried your bags into that meeting. They would still be looking to him as the voice of reason, as they would perceive him to be, the authority on things. And that's the mentality that exists in West Africa and East Africa, especially Kenya. I think Kenya has this shit together more than West Africa, but that's another story. So that mentality is why I would be apprehensive to invest any big money into West Africa. Now, Dangote, I work in that industry, and I looked at who was contracted to build his refinery, because I'm like, I want in. And they were all companies that were based in Europe. So I could get in through a European company, but the reason why he's not using Black people is because there's a disconnect there. There's a disconnect, and there's also a lack of expertise on that level where you could start getting all Black business ownerships as partners. Like, we don't own crane companies. We don't own shipping companies for the most part. So he's going to have to reach out to people that can get the job done, because at the end of the day, he's trying to make money. And I think if you're trying to make money in a capitalist society, you kind of have to look at this point beyond Blackness. And remember, Dangote, I believe he's a Hausa. So Blackness don't mean shit to him like it means to us. You see what I'm saying? Once we understand the reality of Blackness and tribalism and business relationships, if Dangote was going to try to build that refinery with only very capable Black people, he'd probably get 30% of it done. Not because Black people are incapable, but because we just don't have it at this point. So my point is, to get it, we have to work on self. We have to, because we're gonna say, all right, we're all gonna pool our money. We're gonna buy this this $5, bag or whatever, right? And that was a bad analogy. We're gonna put $20 to buy groceries together. We're gonna sit together as a bunch of Black people and come up with about $15 and then be short $5. That's the reality right now. So my solution is for those individual Blacks that want to work together, fix themselves first, so that it's 4 of y'all, or 4 of y'all come with $5 and not just a dream. Because right now we're dealing with $1 and a dream instead of dealing in reality. Once you keep Africa, they were talking about resources. They don't control their own shit, bro. They don't. They don't control their own resources. And a lot of times when you try to speak to Africans on, yo, this is how I think you can do it, you get the pushback like, well, you don't understand the culture. Or there's the white is right mentality. There's a cultural disconnect. We may be too straightforward because we're going to cut through the bullshit. A lot of them try to do the African dance around certain shit. So I think, the true Pan-Africans really need to try to figure out how to better the communication between high value diasporans and high value African leadership. Because it has to be leadership, because those are the ones that have the money. You can't do shit without money. Once they get the buy-in about the high value African American or Black diasporan leadership, then they can sit down and talk. At this point, they're too busy idolizing white and Arab and Indian and Lebanese leadership and not giving a fuck about us, because those other groups have more money and they have the experience. Oh, and I want to pro woman Jay, salute to her. My boxers in Ghana are doing very well. I had a hiccup with one dude, and this is crazy. He was supposed to fight in Thailand, and we invested a lot of money to get him there, money out of my own pocket, and then all of a sudden, I don't have a visa. I said, what do you mean you don't have a visa? Oh, the guy who was supposed to get my visa didn't get it. I said, okay, well, explain, what are you talking about? But they'll say some shit like that and think that it's just gonna fly. So I'm like, well, there's no fucking Thai embassy in that country. So did they go to Sierra Leone or did they go to this other country? Oh, I don't know. And me, I'm like, well, then you better fucking cough me back my money up, which I'm getting back in installments. But they'll give you these like weird ass excuses. And when I come with this Black American energy, like, yo, we'll run back my money, then it's a bunch of excuses. Then I got to get an African to speak to another African in a way that they understand each other so I could get my bread back. But he tried to run some bullshit ass story about why he couldn't. At the end of the day, he was willing to accept an excuse that I wasn't willing to accept. And that's the disconnect. If I invest this money and you can't get it done, then you're either going to have to explain or run me my goddamn money. So even with the boxing shit and the fighting shit, there's like this disconnect and it'll get on your nerves. And that's why I look at it strictly as a sport management thing as opposed to a Pan-African thing. This ain't Pan-African shit that I'm doing. It's literally about sports, boxing and trying to get these wins. But yeah, we communicate differently, but everything's good though for now.
I agree with you. Like, I'm moving forward from saying everything I'm a Pan-Africanist, I'm a Black nationalist Pan-Africanist, but I understand that the high value people that we need to attract, right, they're going to be interested in facts and figures, and I deal with that all the time. Like when people tell me, that's why I said I have not really steered. I steered a couple of people to Angola and Congo, and they did actually really well. Mr. Rosenthal actually did really well, and stuff like that. But for the most part, I'll tell people all the time, Rosenthal's a businessman, right? But the ideology of I preach works for him, right? Because he's connecting with high value people in Angola, government officials and everything. The government official, he's friends with the president of Congo, he's friends with Museveni of Uganda, and stuff like that. So it works for him, So that face of Pan-Africa works. But the bottom line is, on both sides, is they're looking at not some kumbaya Pan-African, how they both going to win, how they both going to make money. And also the cherry on top is we're both Black. We'll say, oh, we're both Black. It's like they have a big banner for Mr. Rosenthal at the airport when he arrived, talking about welcome home, my son, and everything. But that doesn't mean anything if he can't deliver. He can't deliver. So I'm not one of these Pan-Africans that we got to do it just because of Pan-Africanism. I don't believe in that. You know, I believe we could put out the Pan-African stuff, but we understand the devil's in the details. Right? Something has to work. You know, we have to have buyers lined up. We have to have contracts lined up. You know, and that's what I was bringing to Angola for the COVID happened. I had a team ready to go to Angola and get multi-million-dollar contracts in fiber optics and computer science and everything like that. Governments like this, but they said they would like to deal with us because Angola is very Pan-Africanist because they're fighting against the Portuguese-speaking world. You know, you got the Portuguese, you got the Brazilians who are coming to Angola, dominating shit, right? And they're basically saying the only reason why we can't plug into Black America politically and stuff like that is because there's a language barrier. And so, like I said, the biggest thing in Angola right now, if people want to make money, is if you have a degree and you could teach English, right? Because they want to transition, they at least build a business infrastructure based on getting rid of Portuguese as a language of business. Same thing what Rwanda did with French. They got rid of French, right? It's translated to English. In the future, they're going to translate to Swahili or an African language, you know, it's the main language. But they first had to get rid of the language that was tethering them to France, which was a language. Angola's going through the same thing. They're saying, look, we're isolated from the Pan-African, the Black world, which they want to be part of and everything. Why? Because it's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical, LARP. And the fact of the matter is that thing about Dangote. Now, years ago, he said he was a Pan-Africanist. He went to Zimbabwe or Zambia, I can't remember what country, right? And invested like $300 million, right, to build a cement plant, you know? And he basically had a monopoly on the cement. He was competing with the Chinese and everything. And he was touting Pan-African, Black unity and everything. But that was a financial, strategic thing. He was not going to take a loss in the name of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism was working with him because he's like, hey, you know, if you, me, we're both Black and everything like that. And the Zambians and Zimbabweans bought into it, you know, the dang thing. But the thing is, look at his own country. His own country, most Nigerians hate him because he said he has a monopoly and everything, and they don't care about it's a Black-owned businesses. They want competition with Dangote because his companies are not vertically integrated and they're not horizontally integrated locally. I mean, the supply chains are foreign companies that supply him with everything, logistics and everything. And so Nigerians themselves haven't benefited that, but they have a so-called Black Nigerian nationalist company, just a Dangote group, but the thing. So what I'm saying is, you could say Pan-Africanism, you could say nationalism, but the people are not benefiting from what you say in Pan-Africanism. It's not going to work. I understand that. I'm not one of these dreamy-eyed Pan-Africanists that think you just go to Africa and everything. Everything's going to work out fine. It doesn't work like that. You have to come with your A game. You have to bring something to the table, you know. And then if you could beat out the Chinese, the Lebanese, and Indians and everything, and you're Black, and we could socialize it, because like the problem is a lot of these people that come to Africa, they don't socialize with the local people on that level. Whereas like we're bringing this sort of energy with Bomani and everybody, we're in local restaurants, we're touching with locals, we're partying with them, we're doing things with them and everything. And then if we could basically show them that we could do business together, that's a win, you know. But that's what I want to say about that. Hey, Bomani, did you want to play a video?
Before he plays that, can I just respond to your comment?
Yeah.
Number one, Rosenthal, real quick. A Black man named Rosenthal, don't you think that has like, it's visually like off-putting in terms of Pan-Africanism?
I just think the same thing, but if you know, have you heard of Vicksburg, Mississippi? You know, most of the slave owners down there were Jews back in the days. That's where his name comes from. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so like your name is, you know, we have Bomani. He goes by Bomani Tyehimba. You're college Genesis. Why doesn't he make it like more Black? That's just my thing, right? Maybe you'll get more buy-in from the Africans if you're not coming with a straight Jewish name, right?
Well, let me say something. When you go to Rosenthal, I can play some of Rosenthal videos. That guy is worshipped in Africa, in Angola. That guy, the Rosenthal group, he's connected with Korean companies. They do a lot of infrastructure work on the continent, and they don't seem to mind him. They have a name like Rosenthal and everything. And I'm saying it is what it is, you know. But
that should sound crazy to me. But yeah, we can get to the video.
Mike, you want to play a video, brother?
We'll discuss the top 10 biggest Black-owned companies in the US. I am your host Eric. Please make sure you subscribe to the Top 10 Jaw-Dropping Facts channel to stay updated with new videos, releasing Monday through Friday each week. When it comes to Black-owned businesses, we have a list of the biggest ones in the USA that are striving and being prosperous. Come see if your favorite business made the list. Number 10. Hightowers Petroleum Company. Revenues, $435 million. Employees, 52. CEO, Stephen L. Hightower. Operating for over 58 years, Hightowers Petroleum Company is a petroleum products distribution company founded by Steve Hightower in 1982. Coming from a family of entrepreneurs, Hightower built the company from humble beginnings to a well-established business through persistence, drive, and determination. It is a family business providing services in bulk fuel delivery, HPC fleet cards, inventory management, emergency fuel.
I am going to be with you every step of the way. We are not only Peloton family, but we are training partners now.
And supply chain managements. Number 9. Urban One, NASDAQ, UNIC. Revenues, $440 million. Employees, 1058. CEO, Alfred C. Liggins III. Based in Silver Spring, Maryland, Urban One Inc. is a publishing and broadcasting company primarily providing content aimed at the African American community. Self-titled as the leading voice speaking to Black America, Urban One Inc. is the largest distributor of urban content in the United States since 1980. It is the largest Black-owned broadcasting company in the United States, with 53 radio stations, cable network TV One, digital media company Ioni, and news provider News One all under its belt. Number 8. The Anderson DuBose Company. Revenues, $703 million. Employees, 543. CEO, Warren E. Anderson. Launched in 1991, the Anderson's DuBose Company is a distribution company providing logistics services to McDonald's and Chipotle fast food restaurants in the states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and West Virginia in the United States. Their services roster includes transportation of groceries, Happy Meal toys, paper products, dairy products, frozen meat and fish, and other food products. The Anderson DuBose Company operated from 2 locations. One is a 210,497 square foot facility in Lordstown, Ohio, and the other is in Rochester, New York. Number 7. Thompson Hospitality. Revenues, $760 million. Employees, 6,000. CEO, Warren M. Thompson. Thompson Hospitality Corporation is a food and facilities management company providing hospitality services in the United States. It is the largest minority-owned food service and one of the largest retail food and facilities management companies in the United States. Thompson Hospitality Corporation was originally founded as a restaurant company in 1992 and has now branched out to offer all services of the hospitality industry. In 2010, the company was awarded the Black Enterprise Award of Company of the Year. In 2017, Washington Business Journal ranked it number 1 minority-owned company. In 2019, they were again recognized by Washington Business Journal as the largest independent employer company. Number 6. Bridgman Foods. Revenues, $1 million. Employees, 20,000. CEO, Ryan Bridgman. Located in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, United States, Bridgman Foods is a part of the fast food and quick service restaurants industry. Formerly known as Manna Inc., Bridgman Foods was founded in 1988 in Louisville, Kentucky. Currently, Bridgman Foods affiliates operate 139 Wendy's restaurants, 27 Golden Corral Buffet and Grill restaurants, 83 Fazoli's restaurants, 6 Mark's Feed Store restaurants, 7 Blaze Pizza restaurants, Napa River Grill, Jimmy John's, and the Layover Bar. Number 5. Modular Assembly Innovations. Revenues, $1 billion. Employees, 259. CEO, Billy Art Vickers. Modular Assembly Innovations is one of the United States' largest Black-owned businesses. Based in Dublin, Ohio, Modular Assembly Innovations is the parent corporation of a group of certified, minority-owned companies part of the machinery manufacturing industry. MAI companies include Great Lakes Assemblies, Gulf Shore Assemblies, Indiana Assemblies, and North American Assemblies. These are all award-winning, Tier 1 suppliers of automotive parts to customers in both the United States and abroad. Number 4. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida. Revenues, $1 billion. Employees, 4,800. CEO, Troy D. Taylor. A family-owned company, Coca-Cola Beverages Florida LLC is an independent Coca-Cola, NYSE beverage bottler company with over 18 million consumers across 47 counties of the state of Florida. This includes all the major metropolitan markets of Jacksonville, Miami, Orlando, and Tampa. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida LLC, or Coke Florida as it's known for short, manufactures, sells, and distributes over 600 products of the giant Coca-Cola company as well as many other partner companies. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida has received a number of awards. They received the Minority Business Enterprise Supplier of the Year class for honor in 2020. The Florida State Minority Supplier Development Council also recognized Coca-Cola Beverages Florida LLC as the Supplier of the Year class for in the same year. Number 3. Bridgewater Interiors LLC, revenues, $2 billion. Employees, 2,400. CEO, Ronald E. Paul Jr. Founded over 20 years ago, Bridgewater Interiors is an automotive seating manufacturing company based in Detroit, Michigan. The company specializes in JIT, just-in-time, manufacturing, sequencing, and delivery of seating in automotive vehicles. The company does assembly for 15 car models belonging to 4 automotive manufacturers. Bridgewater Interiors has 4 facilities at its 2 locations, 3 in Michigan and 1 in Alabama. Bridgewater Interiors LLC has received a number of accolades throughout the years. In 2013, the U.S. Department of Commerce, through its Minority Business Development Agency, named Bridgewater Interiors its Manufacturer of the Year. General Motors, NYS, GM, Honda, NYSE-HMC, and Ford, NYSE-DAF, have all recognized Bridgewater Interiors for their quality and service. Number 2. Act One Group. Revenues, $267 million. Employees, 2,000. CEO, Janice Bryant Howroyd. Act One Group is a privately held corporation based in Torrance, California, founded in 1964. The Act One Group, stylized as Act One Group, is a global enterprise that provided employment, workforce management, and procurement solutions to a wide range of industries. Act One is the largest debt-free woman-owned, minority-owned workforce management company in the United States. Act One is a global leader in the human resources industry and currently operates in 19 countries around the world with 17,000 clients and 2,600 employees worldwide. The CEO, Janice Bryant Howroyd, was awarded winner of the 2016 Peter Yes Staffing Leadership Award for all her efforts. Number 1. Worldwide Technology. Revenue, $11.2 billion. Employees, 5,378. CEO, David L. Stewart. Topping the list of 20 biggest Black-owned companies in the United States is technology solution provider Worldwide Technology with $11.2 billion in annual revenue and more than 5,000 employees. Founded in 1990, Worldwide Technology provides supply chain technology to 45% of Fortune 500 companies. The company provides information technology and software solutions. Some of the world's most recognizable brands are WWT's customers, namely Boeing, Cisco, AT&T, Microsoft, and the U.S. Air Force. Worldwide Technology employs more than 3,800 people and operates in more than 20 facilities throughout the world.
Make every drive more confident with the most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Lease the new 2023 Forte LXS for $199 a month.
I didn't want my disability to define what I could and couldn't do. To Alex, I'm the coolest dad in the world.
Yeah, so that's the point tonight. So when people say we don't have the build, yeah, we do. We're building America. You know, you see remarkable stuff. That's just the top 10. You know, and there's more companies out there that's tremendous. There's a disconnect between what's going on in the high value, the high end of Black America, and what we see on social media. You know, like I said, I looked at that video right there. It's been out for 10 months and only has 700 views. But when you look at the world's worst hoods, where the hood vlog video, right? Within 2 days, they're at 2 million views. And so what this is doing is going across the world. That's what Black America is all about. I'm saying those basically thing. If you care about Black America, what you have to do is put, even if you're not interested in Africa, you cannot let people think that that we don't have people here that come from our background. All these people that mentioned that video are what you call foundational Black American, African Americans, people like us that came from our lineage. Their ancestors were picking cotton on the slave plantation, you know? And so therefore, when you write Black people off, you know, that's the problem. You know, you write Black people off saying what we can't do, that's a problem. See, I knew about Hightower because I used to be subscribed to Black Enterprise magazine. I've known about it for years. You know, I first found about him in Ebony magazine, his article in Ebony magazine. I was just blown away. You know, when I was like 17 or 18, I learned about Stephen Hightower of Akron, Ohio, and whatnot. I said, wow, that same year I discovered who Reginald Lewis was. You know, founder of Beatrice Holdings. You know, world's first Black billionaire. You know, everything. So that inspired me. And Bomani, can you tell your story you was telling me today about when you came down to and saw all these Black professionals and networks down in Atlanta and everything like that, and it gave you a different glimpse of the possibilities of Black America and what we have? You tell that story you told me this afternoon.
Yes, Kala, I can break it down, brother. Break it down. Yeah, what I was saying to you is when I came here to Georgia, and I was looking to move and buy a house and everything, and the people in the direct energy that I met, were people in my same age, but they were all like entrepreneurs, and mainly like the real estate game. And I myself was a professional aircraft technician. All of us were like around young or mid 20s, and coming from the the hood in Brooklyn, it's a little different environment. So that's what I meant by different environments. I just came here in the South, and it was just a nice little energy of just being professional. So you just got to put yourself in the right environment and element, because that's the same thing in New York. If you just put yourself in the right circles, you'll connect with the same folks. So sometimes you just got to be connected. But the connection came from when I was in Virginia. One of my aircraft maintenance instructors, he made a connection, and it just so happened to be a professional brother that was in real estate, and and his family was cool, cool people, and so I still connect and do business and network with them, but that's what we have to strive for. Strive to just meet good energy people, so we can just learn from each other. So what I learned from that situation is the possibilities of entrepreneurship, which sometimes I'm starting to regret. But yes, that's one of the things that was just impressive. So when you're around that environment, it's a competitive nature. You know what I mean? If I'm around a group of brothers and they're doing well, and it boosts your energy, and I think and I feel like that's what we need. So that's why I'm always telling the young generation of folks, be open to transforming and making certain moves. I went the U.S. Navy route, which put me in different directions of meeting people, so that works for me myself. But that's what it's about, man. So that's the same thing I tell people when we talk about the future of us living, building, and doing business in Africa, and expanding your futuristic mindset into this. So hey, let me just see what's going on, and those of us who become, it kind of build like expertise. So what I mean, Kala, You know, and from being around, even in Ghana, you end up being around the right people, you end up learning business the right way, so that's right. That's my element. That's my element. I think, but it's gotta find more positive, constructive people. There's so much haters out there, and so many people who just so small and limited in their mindset. They just want to just focus on the little small little block, the small little hood. But I feel like we have to build a global black business pipeline. Dead serious. And influence a generation of people to be takers. And unfortunately, when I travel to different parts of the world, I see is all aspects of other people taking advantage of opportunities. That, I feel like we fought and earned. But at the same time, too, if we don't go get it in Africa, it's gonna go to the foreigners. Anyway, man, that's my vision right there, Carla. I love
Yeah.
energy there. My
Right. I
mindset.
want to answer Tay's question and Baruch's question with a question to Nakmizi. Okay. Baruch says, Kala, it seems though a major problem which needed is attacking the reversal of the hood culture narrative change. What about how to do this, right? It's not going to be easy because the hood culture and everything is what dominates Black America. We used to have a balance back in the days, but the hood culture is what people are buying into and everything. And if you're not a gangster, you're not a thug, whatever like that, you're not putting out that thug goon energy and everything, you don't sell. But there's a disconnect, right? And that's what's going on in Black America right now. And with the age of the cyberspace and everything, it's getting even worse because the people that talk a lot of stuff, whether it's reparations, ADOS, FBA, or Pan-African, right? Their algorithms and what they search for on the internet is not even connecting with certain large segments of Black America. So it's funny when I hear people get online and start talking about, they get 200 people in the chat. Oh, this is what Black. No, dude, that's the people that's drawn to your algorithm. That doesn't any reflect on Black America. Most Black Americans don't know anything about Pan-African. They don't know anything about ADOS, FBA. They don't know anything about the reparations and all stuff like that. Even BLM. BLM is only known because the mainstream media talked about it. Tay asked, Kala, who was responsible for the disconnect with extremely successful Black and the people or the people, Black people, or the people who are not rich and successful? Well, the disconnect, the problem is like this. When you have people basically attacking the successful Black, high value people as boule, sellouts, bougie, and all stuff like this, and we sit around going along with it, right? Black America used to be united, back in the days of segregation. The rich people used to hobnob and rub elbows with the poor, and out of that came a middle class or working class, everything that everybody had a common set of values and everything like that older Black people could tell you about, Yeah, Mr. Such Such owned a store. He owned like 4 stores and whatnot. Like this. When I was living in New York, we moved upstate, and the first thing we connected with was a bunch of Black people that we knew, right? And the president of the NAACP was this guy named Grady, right? He calls him Old Black Money, but he loved his people, right? He had this place in the country in upstate called the King's Lodge, right? And we used to go up there for the summer and everything like that, And it was a lodge. I don't know whether he was an elk. I don't know. But it was a lodge, right? And people used to go up there. They used to have the dances and everything. They had swimming, hiking, everything. They had the hall where we'd have dances and stuff like that. The kids, we used to be back there break dancing and stuff like that. And the adults were out there doing their thing, listening to their music and everything. But it was all Black people from all different backgrounds. My father was a working guy. He was a foreman in a chemical plant, right? But some of the guys there were lawyers. His friend, Mr. Jules, right, was married to a Swedish lady. I went to school with his son and daughter, Gerald and forgot the girl's name, Gerald Jules, and her son, forgot her name. But the bottom line is they were mixed. When it was in school, they hung around with white people, right? But this guy was like really, really pro-Black, and he was from Haiti. He was Haitian. So we had all kinds of Black people and everything working together and everything, and just living fellowship and everything. And so a lot of my father's friends were really highly educated Black people. And the bottom line is this, everybody was conscious about Black and being Black and moving forward. and that was the NAACP. We did things and everything. We don't have that sort of socialization anymore because now it's like about people join black groups and they join their own social economic class and everything, and you got more people like the Jack and Jill societies basically separating themselves from the masses. Professor Davis said that one time. Yeah, we black elites in Atlanta, and I'm now after seeing these videos and everything like that, and everything, I actually believe what he's talking about. He says we got things going on and everything like that in Prince George's County. We got this this going on. We got things connected. The whites come to us for stuff and everything. We got really stuff going on, and the black people movers and shakers and everything. But like I said, because we don't have that medium anymore, we don't have a real black media anymore. That's basically giving us a narrative, right? Most of the black media is focused on black pathologies and black problems, and we don't have a balanced view of ourselves in this country. And what happens is the African immigrants come over here. They don't have a balanced view of Black America. That's why when they make these comments about us and ghetto and stuff like that, we turn that and we weaponize, hatred for them because of they're being ignorant and not knowing us. We don't even know our thing because we'll say the reason why there's no successful black people is that. But we showed you also because a lot of black people don't even know their success. Their peers, people who came just like them. African Americans, slave descendants who are running multi-billion-dollar companies and everything. That's something you could basically give yourself esteem. Just like when I saw Reginald Lewis become a billionaire, I was proud, man. That made me proud. I was in college. I saw white friends and everybody, look, this is a black man, it's a billionaire, And what's that got to do with you? Yeah, he's black. He comes from the same background as me. It's from DC and whatnot, His ancestors were slaves, whatever like that, just like mine, whatnot. So if he can do it, I that, so I let people tell me what I can't do. I took pride in black achievement and black success. We don't have that anymore. Everybody's a social justice warrior. Everybody's basically, woe is me and everything. And I don't know if it's fair to link the reparations people. I know this, and I told Bomani earlier, in my personal opinion, right? I'm like this. If you come from the Mississippi Delta region, Rosenthal comes from, right? But he made it out. He did good. He opened the first black-owned bank in Mississippi. If you come from parts of Florida, northern Florida, the Gullah area, stuff like that, these places and parts of Tennessee, where you have generation and generations of systemic poverty and neglect and everything, I do believe a moral case could be made for getting those black people special help and special reparations. Me personally, no, I don't think it's me personally, because I took advantage of opportunity, education, and stuff like that in America. Reparations would not go to me because I benefited from American society, American education, and stuff like that, the family structure and everything like that. So I'm good. But the black people who I know that trapped in a thing, then I found out that people telling me that California is really bad. I said, how could black people in California doing bad when California is the richest state in the country? And it came out on the Michi show where Brandon was on. He was saying that California, black people, I don't know what's going on in California, but why are black people doing so bad in California? I don't have no idea why. It's a rich state, $4 trillion economy. Why are black people doing bad? So a case could be made for black people. Maybe they locked out of the economics and everything. But here on the East Coast of the United States, black people are movers and shakers. Black people are in positions of power in states like Virginia, North Carolina, and stuff like that. Black people are winning multi-million-dollar contracts and everything.
I mean, brother, it's different. And that's
so Tay thinks I'm coming down on California. It's a difference.
It's not, we're trying to say this is better than that. It's just as far as black people, we're more established than anywhere else.
Yeah, on the east of the United States, man, it's not even a comparison, man. 80% of black people, 80% of black people live east of the Mississippi River. 80%. In California, the black population is only like 5%. So, they have different problems than we do. They have different problems, And so Tay Brown says everything the younger Jerry does is that you older black people disagree with. He said, look, bro, let's not go down this road. Look, I was part of that hip hop thug culture at one time, but I grew up.
Oh wow! I see what he's saying. He's saying we have a white talking points. It's not about no white talking points.
If I say
we're talking about where's the most concentrated black brain power, black economics, black certain things, and it's here on the East Coast.
Yeah. And also,
we're not trying to say this coast is better than that coast or anything like that.
Now, let me give you an example. Let me ask this question, right? I wish Kay would get back on the panel, right?
Yeah, come on, get back on.
Yeah, check us out. In Philadelphia last year, they hit.
I love how you guys fucking include me in the conversation, bro. Like, this shit is crazy.
Guy net music, guy, brother.
Jesus Christ, bro. Y'all got me on this panel and it's like no one's throwing the mic because y'all know I'm going to come at these talking points. What
let me lay the talking points out there first. Then we
but we see it. We see it. You're anti-reparations.
No,
hold on. Let me finish because no one stops you from talking. You talk a little too much. You're anti-reparations. You basically said that the majority of black culture in America is thug culture. You can't say that black Americans are great and in the same fucking podcast saying that we are essentially all thugs. Which one is it? When I said make Black America great again, I'm saying there's opportunities for our people to improve. Never will I paint the majority of our people as thugs. That's what Tay means when Tay says you're using white talking points. When you speak down on, my brother, stop cutting me off, bro. I let you speak. I don't interrupt you at all. And this is the problem with you.
Well, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying.
No, well then when I'm finished, then please correct me, brother.
Okay, I did not say the majority of black people. I said what's going on is that the narrative of Black America, right? The narrative. I never said the majority of black people. I know the majority of black people are hardworking people. Now, and that stuff like that. I said the narrative, what's seen in the media, what's circulating and everything like that, is this thug culture and everything like that that's basically causing havoc. Right now, let me say this, right? In Baltimore, right? Right now, the surrounding cities that are majority black counties that are doing well and everything, they're saying crime in Baltimore is so bad, it's spilling over into this little safe havens and everything like that. Pre-G County and everything is experiencing the crime and everything. So we do have a problem with crime in Black America. That's just a fact. Now I'm saying that while we have all that going on, right? And I'm on your side, right? I want the Black America. I would never tell the world Black America's thug culture. I'm saying what the media purports and what's out there is black people doing the majority of thug culture. I never said that was the truth. So now with that, if you can answer that, then we can.
All right. Well, thank you for that clarification. But I could have swore you said that our culture was majority thug culture. And I think you said that. Hold on, brother. Jesus. White Jesus, please come into this man and hush his mouth when I'm speaking. White Jesus, baby white Jesus, please, I call on you right now. Now, maybe you'll respect that because you don't respect black people, right?
That was a shot.
What I could have swore I heard 20 minutes ago that you basically generalized Black American culture as thug culture. What I definitely heard was that you were talking down on reparations and you used the East Coast versus West Coast example, saying that people on the East Coast were financially better off. We have movers and shakers. What that is basically talking against any reparations claim. And I said, we can walk and chew gum. So what they did to our ancestors, they need to pay for it. Do we need to sit back and wait for it? No, we still get this money. We don't cry victim. We go forward, but we don't let these crackers off the hook for what they did to our ancestors. And when you talk like that, you're basically giving the WS, the people that think that they're better than us but ain't shit, talking points. You support their talking points by talking down against reparations. When the word reparations comes up, and we understand that it's to repair damage that has been done, they need to fucking pay. They pay everybody else. They got to pay for what they did. For us in America, that's my prime focus. They need to pay for what they did in the Caribbean. They need to pay for what they did on the west and east coast of Africa and even in the south of Africa. What happens in the north and the Maghreb I don't give a fuck about them. But these Europeans, they need to pay. These Arabs, they need to pay. The descendants of the Europeans in America, they need to pay for what they did for our ancestors. Anything shorter than that is coon talk. So when you try to say, yeah, we're our people are in the media is saying, you know, we're thugs, then how do we balance that narrative? You balance that narrative by having a louder voice and being representative for what is the honest and the true Black American, which is not the thug. You don't just state it, you give the evidence to the counter. So what is that? The evidence to the counter is acknowledging what we did in this thing, which is really showcasing our greatness. But you don't showcase our greatness and make statements that sound like you're saying that with thugs. Because the thugs in the Black community, the communities I grew up, were also ostracized by the community. Due to social media, they have a bigger presence like everything. And Black people, while we may be the face of thug shit, because we make thug shit look cool, we ain't the only thugs in the world. Okay? The most violent thugs in America are Hispanics. They're not Blacks.
Okay, can I answer that? Okay, now, first of all, I never said that we are thugs. So why are we running? I thought I clarified that, you know? I'm saying the thug culture that's portrayed out there is what I did. I'm not even going to talk about, that's not the topic of tonight's show. What we have in our culture right now, right, is a disconnect, and I'll say it again, it's the 10th time I'm saying this tonight, a disconnect between what's actually our culture and what's going on and what is presented into the world, right? Now, not only that thug culture is this idea of Black America failure, and just a failure. And I'm saying that there's a large number of Black America, majority are not failures, you know? And so therefore, what I'm saying is about the reparations debate, I will give everybody the thing of saying that, yes, there's Black people in America, right, that I know, communities I know, even right here in Virginia, right, that I know that really are still suffering from the effects of slavery. Those people should be prioritized. Right? I never said that Black people don't deserve reparations. Everybody don't deserve reparations or whatever. I said the Black people that basically are still suffering from the trauma and the generational thing of neglect and marginalization should be prioritized. I don't know how that got to the point where I said Black people don't deserve reparations. Now, let's talk about reparations. Let me finish. Let's talk about reparations, right? When you say we're going to repair, right? Now, my whole thing is the very same people that caused all this destruction, white people, right? They go around the world and
Africans and Africans.
Okay, they go around the world. The white people go around the world, right? And put out negative images of Black America, right? If you ask people from around the world, do Black people in America deserve reparations? They'll tell you no. Because they have a thing where they say America has all this opportunity and Black people in America are just lazy, right? Now, the same people that, when they do that, right, that tells me that the powers that be in America, right, have no intentions of ever paying out reparations unless you could do it by force, right? Now, is reparations owed? If you say reparations owed, I agree with you, right? But what I'm saying is this, though, this debacle that happened in California, I'd like to ask your opinion on that, where people had a reparations panel and everything, and then it came down to it, like they voted for it, and there was almost like a brawl in there by the same people, Tariq and everything, in the chambers of government, wherever they held that thing at, you know, and they're basically talking, they were basically almost having a fist fight. They called Tariq an agent and all this kind of stuff like this. And then the next day, Gavin Newsom said, we never said anything about cash payments because they said some Black people will be awarded up to $1.2 million. Now, California has a $30 billion deficit, right? It's losing residents, it's losing its tax base and everything, right? So if Black people would talk about reparations like there was going to be a check around the corner, right? And the government says our vision of reparations was we're going to focus on healthcare, LGBTQ rights, and all stuff like this. But your version, and a lot of people's version, is they were going to cut a check because of historic wrongs that happened to Black people, you know? So I'm saying to myself, like, when they say, do you support reparations? I don't support that approach, because there's no way in the world I'll ever believe that the United States government or anybody will voluntarily give you reparations. Now, you can fight for it, right? You can fight for it all you want, and I'll support you. Go ahead, go right ahead. Go right ahead. But I'm saying, right, don't expect me to be like, stop, Bomani, stop what we're doing and say, let's have a show about how we can get reparations, because we don't think it's productive. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, so you're talking out of both sides of your neck.
I'm talking out of one side. I
Brother,
said what
I was extremely quiet when you spoke. And again, that's how I know why Jesus doesn't work, because he came in, his spirit came into you for a minute, and now
you're not funny. Yeah, you're smarter than you are funny. But go ahead.
All right, great. Well, I challenge you to not interrupt me. How about that?
I'll mute myself.
Okay, thank you, brother. So now, you can't talk about out of both sides of your neck. If you say you are pro reparations, that you are pro that, or at least that you're in support of us getting that. Is that correct?
I'm saying if you guys could pull it off, right? If you could pull it off, right? If you want to do that and organize for that, if you guys want to spend your time doing that and think YouTube is a good way to do
Jesus Christ.
go for it.
All right, just mute yourself again, because I can't have a conversation with you.
Go ahead, man.
So this brother just said that he was in support of us receiving reparations to repair what has been done to our people. But now when I ask him, it goes from us as Black Americans to you guys. Listen to the words, because words matter. There's a separation here. He's speaking out of both sides of his neck because he doesn't support reparations for Black Americans. So when he, number one, gets crazy off code if he was pro reparations, which he's not, he wouldn't try to say, well, the people in the Mississippi Delta, the people in certain parts of Virginia, the people in California, but the people on the East Coast, we getting it. So no, this is about repairing the damage that has been done and making sure that our ancestors and the descendants of our ancestors that were enslaved in America get their just due. Cut the motherfucking check. That's it. If you support it, you support it wholly. Not some half-ass, yeah, if you guys get it, then I'll be happy for you. So what that is, it's someone who's really against it, but can't wholeheartedly say they're against it. Just keep it 100. This is what Tay is talking about with the white supremacist talking points, because they will take that, because your argument there, or not even your argument, your tacit and flaccid support of reparations can be flipped the other way at the drop of a dime. Well, it's those guys. They're in support of reparations, not me. If they get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't. That's not support. Wouldn't you say, well, these people, these section of Black Americans should get it because they're still going through generational poverty and things of that nature? Yo, that shit is happening to Black Americans all over Black America. You see what I'm saying? So don't speak out of both sides of your neck. And that's what you're doing. And if you want to have the conversation as to why, I see you won't even have the conversation to why we don't deserve it, because you know we do. But you say throw little shots as to why you ain't really going to focus on it. And the answer to that is we can walk and chew gum. You said, let it be, it has to be taken by force. So what do you call brawls in California that you described, or almost brawls? If it gets to, throwing them things, if it gets to busting them guns, then so be that. That's the energy that is going to take, then let it be. We're not talking about LGBT, this and that, no, Ray, no. We want that money. That's it. If you're LGBT and you're Black, then you getting part of that check. But this is about people who can trace their shit back to the slave plantation. So when you say, you guys, you're making a separation, I'm asking you to just stand on your square and pick a side. Because you ain't picking a side. And those people, switch-siders, chameleons, are the most dangerous amongst us.
Well, let me say this. Can I get in here now? I'm
go on, brother.
But my whole thing is this, right? I don't have to. I told you how I felt, and I'm like this. If you guys think reparations as a doable movement, is logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical, and go right for it. But when I said the brawls in there, it wasn't against white people in there. The black people in there were fighting against each other. They were fighting against the guy
Absolutely. Like I'm going on you.
Let me speak. So therefore, if you there and you're calling the number one guy who's been saying this in the media, Tariq Nasheed's an agent. You know, he's the number one guy who's been putting this out for a couple of years now. He's an agent, right? And the people are throwing fists and everything like that. You know, that's not a good look. Now, my whole thing is this. There's a lot of black people, and I want to know this from people, right? How can you basically, and I'll be honest with you, the U.S. government, right, after slavery, right, should have gave black people reparations, money, and everything like that, compensation, if they want. But what we did was our ancestors said that wasn't important. We wanted to be Americans. We believed in the American flag. We support the American Constitution. So we wanted to be Americans like everybody else. But at the same time, they gave reparations to the slave owners, all the money they lost with their slaves. They made sure they would think. Why? Because the Southern planters, right, were in a position of power. Black people in America have no actual power to basically force reparations on anybody. Now, you can get up there and say, if it's going to go to war, go to guns and everything, hey, you know, that's an option too. You think they're going to war inside the United States, behind enemy lines with the white man to get a reparations and everything, is going to do you. I wish you a lot of luck. But now, let me tell you about how reparations really work, right? The Jews that were wronged by Germany, right? They were settling in an area called Palestine for a good 20 years, right? And basically, the British was even against, at first, them declaring themselves a state. When the Jews declared themselves a state, Germany had to pay back reparations to all those things because Germany was defeated. You know, Japan had to pay reparations to Asia because it was defeated, right? And part of the thing was that, let me tell you how these countries benefited, even though they paid reparations, right? Most of the contracts went to go build Israel with German companies, right? So they recouped some of that money back. So they said, okay, we'll pay the billions of dollars out. They were going to get the money back because they got a lot of contracts and stuff like that, building infrastructure in Israel, right? Israel was a nation state. The Jewish people gave up their German passports and German citizens to settle in Israel. And Germany had to make that happen. Japan, right, did all this stuff in South Korea and everything. They had to pay, in China and everything. They had to pay billions of dollars back and everything. But Japan was the number one place where a lot of the machinery, cars and everything for Asia and capital was coming out of. So Japan's like, okay, we'll pay reparations back, but we were opening up new trading partners. They created, out of their reparations that they paid Asia, they created new markets and new trading partners, right? So therefore, Japan said, okay, we'll do it and everything. Just like any other country that's defeated in war. Same thing would happen with Spain had to pay a lot of money back when they lost the Spanish-American War in the Philippines, okay? The black people in America, right, on one hand, we say we want reparations, right, which is basically a wartime gesture, right? But yet they don't want to part ways with the United States of America. Now, if you want to part ways with America, right, and let's say build a nation in Africa, then you're in a position on a global scale to say the United States owes these people reparations and stuff like that because these people are going back to their country, they're going back to the land of origin. The United States owes these people it. But when we decided that we wanted to become Americans and we wanted to integrate America, we wanted to change America, we wanted to join Hollywood and also like that, we want to raise the American flag, that basically goes away, the idea of reparations as you think that the Germans gave to Israel and the whatchamacalls had to think. Even the Japanese, right? People say the Japanese got.
Brother, you've taken me around the world. Can I respond, please? Now you're starting to repeat yourself.
Can you rebut what I just said?
Yeah, absolutely. In like fucking 5 seconds.
This is what I want to see.
The Black American experience is totally different than reparations that are being paid out to war crimes and victims of things in that nature. We have a very specific experience, and our reparations claim is based on unpaid labor under duress in what is now the most prosperous country on the planet. They need to pay for that unpaid labor. They need to repair the damage that has been done socially, economically, and historically to us, period. So those are apples and oranges. You can't get more apples and oranges than that. Now, to your point about Africa, what are you saying? You need to go back to Africa? Africa is the poorest continent on the planet. They're the face of poverty. So what the hell can the African do for us in terms of getting reparations in America? Africans have no goddamn voice because they have no power. Africans can't say, well, we'll hold back our resources and then you have to pay these. No, because they don't even control their resources. Can Africans say, well, if you don't do this, then we're not going to militarily support you in this and we're going to withdraw from NATO? And no, because all the African militaries are supported by Europe anyway. Africa is essentially the toothless tiger. So to say that we have to go back to Africa and then, or align with Africa, to use them as a force to get our reparations is insane because they have no power. And again, to your other point about the blue passport and us using our Black American privilege, or that's my point. But your point is that, we go to Africa with basically the US passport and the power of America, or our experience in America behind us, goes against using Africa as power to get reparations in America. We're in America already. We're 40 million deep in America already. So when it comes to throwing them things or popping them guns, they got 40 million people there that if we got on code and we all started speaking the same language about reparations, they would have to start taking it seriously. And they already are, because we're already in certain states having the conversation. It starts like that. But when you start speaking out of both sides of your mouth, and then you try to use what happened in Germany and Japan, that has nothing to do with our reparations claim. Well, Kyla, please jump out of the pan, bro, because anytime I click this link, you're going to get cooked, man.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question. Bro. You didn't answer my question.
Ask me a question in 10 seconds or less, and I'll respond to it in 5 seconds or less. What is your specific question?
Like this. You said on one hand that we have a privilege. What kind of people that says that they're oppressed and we're still suffering from slavery, and then say that I got a blue passport privilege? That doesn't add up.
No, I told you that we have the privilege of the blue passport,
right?
But the not privilege of having the black skin. And I was speaking that specifically in the continental aspect because they listen to white people more than they listen to black people. Next question.
Okay, so my point I'm trying to make about that is this, though.
No, next question.
No, let me say this. Let me say this, right? So now, okay, we're in a situation where we say that we have this privilege in America, and we go to Africa. Africa's in this. Do you understand that a lot of any real reparations or anything has to, like Malcolm X said, you have to get it out of the civil court and civil system and take it to a international court and stuff like this, where you basically are saying like this. Also, inside of America, at one time, black people were considered like a minority group, right? A minority group. We're a minority group. And we saw America as minorities. We're a minority group in America. And when you said the word American, you didn't think of black people. You thought of white people, white Anglo-Saxons and stuff like this, right? But the culture in America has changed so much where you have the American Music Awards and everything. Black people are becoming the face of, how can you become the face of America, right? And pro-American, right? And brag about the first black American president and stuff like this. And Black America this and Black America that, right? And then say the same country that we boast about, that we're proud of, that we're going to basically say that country owes. Now, I'm not saying that the money is not owed, right? But let me ask you a question. This is a question. What are you willing to give up for that reparations payout? What would you you always got to lose something. You always got to give something. Nothing ever. So in other words, you're saying that black people should get paid reparations and still hold on to their U.S. citizenship and live in America after they basically denounce America? That's what you're saying?
I've never ever said that. And
but
to
that's
get
what
to your
that's,
other
that's,
point again, hold on, brother, hold on. I'm gonna end. I don't run from the smoke. I run into it. I'm the fireman. Now, your first point for the third time, the Black American privilege was in the context of Africa, the blue passport privilege. And the second part of that is because we are also Black, it don't hit like it should. Okay? So they'll use your money and your privilege to become some sort of goddamn chief, to just pump money into a village. But much after that, they're like, these people is getting shot by the cops. They don't have no real power in America. So let's listen to what the white boy has to say. So now to your other point, what am I willing to give up? Who said that we have to give up anything? Our ancestors have already given everything up, and not even giving it up. It was taken from them. It was taken from them first by corrupt African leadership back in the day, kings and chiefs and war chiefs. And then it was further taken away from them when our ancestors were shipped to America. So we've already given up everything. We ain't got to give up nothing else. Nothing. So I don't know what kind of questions that, what am I willing to give up? No, what are we willing to fight for is, that the debt is paid. If the reparations check is cut, would you want your cut?
No, no, I don't need it. And also, I know for a fact that just like asking me, what do I want Santa Claus to bring me for Christmas? I'm just basically telling you that the way.
Okay. Keep that energy.
Hey, donate it to our organization.
Oh yeah, I'll donate it. Yeah, I'll donate it to Bomani.
No, wait. So you'll take the payment then?
Oh yeah, if there was a payment, but like I said, I hate having these conversations. Like Black people actually spend and got the money already spent, right? And they haven't properly are any really positioned to get money. And also the 75% of Americans think that slavery reparations should not be paid. So there's no political will. There's no
75% of Black Americans or white Americans?
America as a whole. That's what it's going to
count. Okay, so that would, since America is probably more than 75% white, it's 200 million, I believe, with 40 million Black Americans. What's the total population of America?
Let me ask you a question. The question in the
of
chat
course,
room,
these white people don't want us to get paid, which is why we need to double down on getting our money.
Okay, but the thing is this though, right? And I say this with respect, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to pay reparation, it has to go through the legislation process, right? The legislative process, right? You got to get, most likely going to get a presidential veto. That means you got to get 2/3 of Congress on both chambers to override a presidential veto. And then it'll be challenged in the courts for years and stuff like that to do. That's if you can even get it through committee, the Ways and Means and stuff like this, the Senate Budgetary Committee and all stuff like this, right? So what I'm saying is this, though. People think we're going to get reparations, right? And we don't have any political power in America. We're all tethered to them. Let me give you an example, right? If the Democrats say, something, we're not going to take reparations off, what are Black people going to do? You're going to vote for Trump? So we're going to show you. We're going to stay home and let Trump win. That's not going to happen. So they know you're going to go back to voting for Democrat. So we don't really have any real power. So it's not fair for you and everybody else to keep attacking other Black people who think logically, achievably, reasonably, and practically. That's all I'm doing. And I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation, about this issue. And I'm not saying that reparations is an emotional issue or whatnot. When I said it, yes, reparations, Black people are owed a lot, owed money and everything. And if it were up to me, every Black person will get a check. But I'm just saying, realistically, why are we basically taking this issue, right, and using that as a divider among Black people? Because a lot of Black people are like, yo, look, I hear what you're saying, right? But the bottom line is we have a lot of stuff that we need to be doing in our communities. We have stuff we need to do across seas. We need a lot of stuff like this. And the bottom line is this: the things that we can actually do. Let me give you a perfect example. Ice Cube had the Platinum Plan, right? Trump called Platinum. He had a thing with that he presented with Trump, and Trump said that was $500 billion, right? Black people, no, we don't want that. We don't want that. Trump said, if I win, you're going to get $500 billion. We're going to invest in Black business. Black people said they didn't want it because it came from Trump. Now the same Black people are on there talking about, we want reparations and everything. What if Donald Trump said, you vote for me, you'll get reparations? You think Black people go for that? No. So I don't believe black people are serious about anything other than not being serious. And it's just reparations, just a joke, just a thing to take shots at other black people, call the black people coons, call them sellouts and everything, because they don't have that thing organized, anything like that, that any intelligent person can freaking look at and say, you know something, I'm on board with that.
Well, okay, so let me get you right, because I'm still confused with your. Do you want reparations for Black Americans or not?
Well, like I told you, right,
brother? Yes or no, please.
When people say, reparations, right? That's such a
brother. I was quiet when you spoke, right?
That's vague,
and I unmuted myself. Wait, hold on, bro. It's still my time. If you're not gonna answer, I'm taking my time back, bro. If you're not gonna answer, I'm gonna take my time back. I unmuted myself. Bomani remuted me. I respected his mute gangster. I stayed muted. But if I throw you a question, bro, that's a yes or no, and you start hotep babbling around it, then we can't have an intelligent conversation that you're talking about. I'm noticing that you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth when it comes to reparations. If you're for it, then be for it. If you don't prioritize it, and you prioritize doing for self, I can respect that, because that's literally my same point. I don't prioritize it in my personal life because I'm getting what I gotta get, establishing generational wealth for my family, and I'm working towards my own personal goals. But now, reparations is still important. People who are smarter than me and have more knowledge than me in that field of expertise are the ones that's going to speak on that, and let them do that. And we're making ground, and I support them. So anything I say publicly is going to be in support of it. I can be critical, but my being critical should be in the vein of how we can get it to make it better. Not that we're never going to get it, especially if I'm pro reparations. So I asked you, are you pro reparations, or do you want reparations for Black Americans? Because you said you said, I'm not asking you right now because you can't answer a question.
Okay,
but you said in the here we go. Give me white Jesus, come back. No, okay, so good.
Based on what you
so now whoa. Hold on. See, you have no control, brother. And this is why you will never be a leader in the Black community, because you have no control. You cannot ever just be quiet and let somebody speak, because you know you're going to get cooked. So now I got you to admit that you're anti-reparations. No need to have any reparations talk with you. Just stand on your anti-reparations square. And now you can feel free to talk bad about reparations, because now we know that you're anti-reparations for Black Americans. That's cool. I can respect it as your point of view, but I don't agree with it. Now we can agree to disagree.
Okay. Now this is what I want to say about that, right? I never said I was anti-reparations. I said I'm not pro-reparations. I'm not a supporter.
Well, that's anti. If you're not pro, you're against.
Right? Let me give you an example. People ask the question, Colin, what do you think about the LGBTQ? I'm not for it, right? Are you anti-LGBT? No, I'm not. I have no feelings towards it, right? I have this not on my list of things and everything like that, right? See, there's a difference. But I'm not going to go out there and make videos, stuff like that. We have not done a video.
You said you were pro-reparations 20 minutes ago, bro.
I never said. I said in certain circumstances, I can see the case for some Black people getting that, right?
Could you see a case for reparations in the Mississippi Delta?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Could you see a reparations case for people in Virginia?
Not some parts of Virginia, yeah.
Oh, so like you said, in Virginia, some parts is Virginia. Yeah. So you name two people or two groups of subgroups in America that you were pro-reparations for.
I said yes.
So you are essentially pro-reparations, but you're trying to pick and choose. Reparations goes to the descendants of Black people enslaved in America. So when we're talking about separation, You're the one that's doing it. That's why I said you're speaking out of two sides of your neck. You're pro reparations in one, and then when I said, "Are you pro reparations?" you said no, and then you tried to forget that you already said that you were for the people in Mississippi and parts of Virginia. Stop capping, bro.
No. That's why you're twisting
You
things around
capping.
that. Nice try, Nat.
I'm not twisting nothing. These are your own words, bro.
You know that's not what I
These
said.
your own words, Kala.
I was very clear what I said. You know?
I'm serving up Kala soup again. Bomani, why you do this to your bro, man? Why you do this to your bro?
Nat, you're losing. You're losing, Nat.
Yo, Bomani, why you do this to your man, friend?
Right? You didn't answer my question, right? You're trying to twist
Bomani, you're doing dirty.
When you're
doing
losing,
dirty.
you're trying to misrepresent what I'm saying, right? I'm thinking the way you
believe in. Look at this, bad vibes.
You know what I'm saying?
And that means you got people leaving.
So the bottom line is this, right? And also
I got people leaving. How about this, brothers? How about this? I'm gonna leave y'all to do y'all thing. I'll leave y'all to do y'all thing, and I'm gonna come back in another month. All right, so that the vibe stays cool. But
I'm cool with you here. You know, we're having
no, we cool, but I don't want to mess up the stream. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's all good. It's all good, man. That's just one person. You know, it can be talking about me.
We attract a lot of trolls, so
somebody troll. So don't worry about that. You know.
Okay. All right.
Well, my whole thing is
most of you guys are not exactly the most famous and likable people.
Yeah, check us out, man. A lot of people hate my guts.
Exactly.
So the bottom line is this: Tay Brown last year said that he was Native American, you know, on Dinosaur Show. He said he wasn't even black. And he was telling me that slavery didn't exist, you know, prove slavery exists. Do you think I forgot that, Tay? I don't forget anybody or anything, you know. Now I remember who you are, you know. So now he's back with this reparations because he thinks it's going to be a handout. This is the type of people you're dealing with, Nat. You know, these are people that he was saying that slavery never happened and slave trade never happened and all stuff like this. Now he wants a reparations check. You know, I know these people, Nat, you know. All these people sit around on social media all day, and it's the worst of the worst, man. You know, you don't see any freaking intelligent, high-value black people sitting around talking about reparations and stuff like this. You don't. You know, that's just the truth. And so, therefore, when people say, do you support reparations? And I'm saying like this. My personal opinion, right, is you go to places like Missouri and parts of Mississippi and Alabama and stuff like this, where white people have had the upper hand all this time and everything. Yes, there should be black people to get rejected. What happened was when in the 60s, where black people were trying to get into the mainstream America, right? They changed it from black empowerment to diversity. Diversity meant that if you were female, you were Hispanic or immigrant and everything, we're trying to diversify America. And the people that got left out, you know who said that? Ann Coulter. Yes, black people, the government owes black America, particularly black males, black men, redress from slavery, right? That's no one's going to doubt that. No one's going to doubt that. But the way
do you support that, Kala?
I support that, but I'm not supporting the way you guys frame reparations. Cut the check.
You guys, who's you guys? I'm you,
bro.
All you
guys just talk about reparations. All you guys
I'm you. It's us.
You guys, all you guys talk like you guys want a big payday. You know?
Yes,
you know?
I want the money.
You know, a payday, you know, and that's what the problem is, you know, that's the problem.
Yo, Colin, let me explain to you what you can do with this reparation money. If you get 100% behind reparations, right? You could fucking take that money and do whatever you want with it. You could move to Africa with the reparations money and build a business in Africa. That's my point. You get that's my point, brother. Whatever we want to do, we can do with it.
I have a couple of beers, a couple of shots. Hold on. Let me tell you something, Nat, right? A couple of shots of the Southern Comfort, whatnot, you know. And I'm sitting here on my back patio and everything, and I got some beers in me and everything. We could talk about reparations, and I could be like, yo, man, if I got my reparations checked, man, I'll be in this country. I have a house in Zambia. I have a house in Liberia. I'll be flying. If I got my reparations checked and whatnot. I thought about that too. And trust me, you know, offline, everything like that, I do like, yo, man, you know, I talk to some of my friends like, yeah, man, if I got a reparations check, man, and we joke around this and the other thing. But when I come on this platform and respectful of Bomani, I have to basically be as professional and knowledgeable. And like I said, and I realized that me knowing history, me knowing the situation Black America's in and everything, You know, Black America is not willing to give up anything because reparations really means that's like really a war. That's a war cry. You know, Black America is not willing to go to war against the United States government. You know, and that's the reality. You know,
well, our battlefield are the courts, and right now we're battling in California. Okay, so I support those. I support those in California that's doing the good, fighting the good fight.
What do you think about the governor said?
What do I think about what they're saying?
No, the governor said about reparations, cash payouts. What do you think about that?
Didn't you say that he wasn't talking about cash payouts?
Yes, he said.
Yeah, I disagree, but he's a man.
Well,
he can have his opinion, so we fight.
Said there will be no cash payouts.
Yeah, and I don't agree with that. And it's America. It's a beautiful country of America, and we can disagree.
Check this out. And one of the top reparations person on the panel said that he was there. He's probably there as a plant, right? But he says he was saying that he said he wanted to temper expectations because you have people out there who thought that once they vote on this thing, that the money was going to be, the check was going to be in the mail the next week.
Right.
And
now,
so
I'm realistic. You know, look, man, I'm not going to sit back and wait for a reparations check.
That's all I'm saying.
And that's cool. But I'm not going to talk down against it either, brother. So, I mean, I know you kind of like, you're not 100%. I think, let me try to see if I can understand
camera,
you want it, but you ain't going to go crazy if we don't get it, right? Let me have, would you verbally agree right now, if we get it, that you can give your reparations check to me? Because I'm for it. But thank you, brother. So we have a verbal
I would like to give it, also you can give it back to me, and I would donate it to my educational fund in Liberia. That's what I would do with my money.
Why won't you have another educational fund in America?
Also in Liberia and America. I would create STEM schools between Liberia and America and whatnot, and say have both of them working together to build infrastructure. That's what I would do with the money.
I 100% would support that. 100% would support that.
I'm getting new Gucci and everything. I'm seeing people who they're arguing over how they're gonna spend their money when that they haven't gotten yet. You know,
those are white supremacist talking points. Or look, when you speak about they're gonna buy Mercedes Benz and rims. Come on, man, you sound like them.
Look, I heard on Media Show people talk about I can spend the money how I want. Well, I want to buy new wardrobe. I can do whatever I want my money and whatnot, you know. And let me say this, right? Let me say this. When I was Block Talk Radio, right? And this thing happened back in 2008, 2009 when I first got on Block Talk Radio, right? And people calling my show asking me about this stuff, right? And so Obama just got in office, right? And listen to this, Nack. Listen to this very, very carefully, right? And remember how there was a honeymoon where Barack Obama goes, everybody, first black president, right? And then the talk around the Block Talk circles was, okay, man, our money's coming now, man. We got a black man in the White House, right? And I was trying to tell people that that's not how it works, right? Because Obama just signed a stimulus package, right? $500 billion, $700 billion stimulus package and everything like that. And all this money going around to shore up the banks and AIG and everything. Remember that? You know? And there was people on social media misleading people talk about, yeah, right, reparations is going to come around. I just said, look, I don't think so. And, man, I got the hugest audience on that. I was saying, and this is a guy that said that Obama's not going to give us reparations. I said, yeah, welcome to my show. You motherfucking son of a... I'm like, look, calm down, man. I'm just trying to tell you the reality. You know, the reality is Obama doesn't have any power. Yo, he gave all his money, and I see that bitch Michelle, man. She's living in the White House. We put her there in the White House one night, and her two raggedy ass kids and whatnot. You know, this is the stuff I was talking about. You know, and they had this guy called African American political pundit. He was ginning this stuff up. You know, yes, my brothers. Yes, my brothers and sisters. Yes, my brother. I'm like, yo, pundit, right? And that's when I got on the show, he kicked me out and whatnot. And I said, look, I'm just trying to be realistic with you people, you know? See, Colin, man, he loves, I said, I don't love Barack Obama. I'm just trying to tell you, be fair. He's not in a position to give anybody no reparations check, you know? And there's a lot of black people just went off with this thing, man. And so anytime when somebody calling about the topic, I just said, look, you know, if it comes, whatever like that comes, it don't. But the bottom line is this: Barack Obama has an agenda, and they were talking about Barack Obama's agenda at the time. I said he has to basically get the stock market was at what 4%, you know, and I said the stock market index got to start going up, right? We have to have growth. In the minute at that time, we had an oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. I said he got his hands full, right? And I wasn't even an Obama really supporter. I voted for him, but I wasn't a real Obama supporter. But I was just trying to tell people, be logical and thinking. And people don't want to hear that. All they wanted to hear was, "Yo, we're gonna get our check." You know, so I was on this one show, the Black Channel, whatever, like that, right? And these brothers was basically all of a sudden, right? If I get $150, how the hell you gonna tell me how to spend my money and whatnot, you know? And they were basically going back and forth when I'm sitting there. I didn't say nothing. I just sat back listening. You know, I was on the chat line, wherever like that. I was listening, and they were basically going back and forth. It was like, if I $150,000 and $200,000, if I want to buy me a new car, whatever like that. And that's the talk I was saying, and I heard that a lot over the years. I've been on social media a long time. I heard it all. You know, it's not just white supremacists talk about. I heard people talk like this. You know,
no, I know. I think, brother, this is the thing. You know, I think the difference between you and I is that, you know, I'm willing to fight for it, and even if it's a fight, and only if my contribution to the fight is only in moral support or not speaking against it, I'm totally for it. I think your approach is kind of like, it's going to be an uphill battle. If you guys get it, then it is what it is. And if that's what you're going to say, I'd be cool with it. But when you start saying other things like, you know, kind of like talking people out of the will to fight, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you almost made it seem like it was a fantasy. You know what I'm saying? Because like the white man ain't going to give it to us. What are we going to do? We got to take it in blood. Look, man, whatever the fight's going to be, let the fight be that. You know what I'm saying? If you think that even a portion of Black America should get it, then I think your I don't want to say rhetoric. I think your talking point should be at least supportive of that one group of Black Americans that should get it. I say that it's for everybody. You know what I'm saying? If you're in a fight, and you know, there's different coaching styles, right? You got the coach that smacks the people in the face and be like, "You're fucking losing, kid. You gotta," right? Then you got coaches that say, "Yo, I see the opportunities here. It's an uphill battle. He's got a great cross. This is the game plan." You see what I'm saying? You gotta, if you're gonna speak on it, and you're in the fight, your speak shouldn't be negative. It should be realistic. So I'm with you on that. It's an uphill battle for reparations, and I would never just put all my eggs in a reparation basket. But we can walk and chew gum. So while we're doing what we got to do, taking advantage of all the opportunities in America and globally, honestly, even in Africa, if you have opportunities in Africa, take advantage of them. I would never tell you not to do it. While I'm not going to pour my money into that holy bucket of Africa. You know, if you're doing it and you're getting your money, then salute. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not going to talk down on something that I actually want. So, hey, I wanted to acknowledge Tay in the chat. He's saying that you lied on him and you owed him apology. Tay, why don't you click the link?
I'm thinking about, right? I'm going to go back and look at Bomani. Oh, you the guy, Tay, were you on Dinah's show like about a year ago? And you you actually put on your camera. Was that you? Is that the same Tay?
Well, he has to either text or join the party.
I'll say respectfully how you owe me apology. Tell everyone I've never been on anyone's YouTube show until today. Okay, wasn't you? Wrong person. It wasn't
more
you.
Fake news from College Genesis. More fake news.
But he sounds like the same Tay. The guy's name was Tay, and he sounds just like him. You know, so that was not you. That was on Dynasty. Have you been on Dynasty Samir's show, Tay? Never. You never been on Dynasty Samir's show.
You see, when you lose an argument, you start pulling things
like
out
I said,
of the air.
If that was not you and whatnot, then my apologies. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, you know.
Yeah, he liked the topic, you know, high value.
Yeah,
that's why he joined.
So the bottom line, that's what I'm talking about. So, like I said, if you ask me, like the way reparations, as I've known it for all these years, of people that's the way they're going about it and everything like that. Am I part of this movement? No. Am I going to speak out against it? The only time reparations ever come with it is somebody brings it to me. You know, I have never done any show or written any article or everything denouncing reparations. You know, I've never got into it
But
with
today
anybody.
you were speaking negatively against it, and I
Because
responded to what
it
you were
was
saying.
brought up to me. It was brought up to me. If you
Okay.
bring it to me, right, I'm going to say my opinion, you know, and then I'm going to tell you what my position. But I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to lose sleep over people fighting for reparations. That's not my thing. Just like people who talk about black on black crime, right? Who talk about stuff like that. I'm not going to, people talking about misogyny in music and everything and all the stuff like this. I'm not going to, that's what they do. That's what they do. And I'm not going to be like, hey, you got to stop talking about this or whatever like this. But if somebody brings it to me and brings it to my attention, and what do you say, and corner me and say, hey, look, what do you make a decision? I'm going to say, okay, this is what I think about it, right? You sit, you ask, you know? But I'm never going to be the type where I'm sitting around talking about reparations and black people. All I can say is this, okay, you guys had the thing in California, and everybody was basically telling me, you know, and I was ambivalent at best towards reparations, right? And then when they voted for that payout, right, everybody was coming to me, inboxing me, Colin, man, you were wrong all the time, blah, blah, blah. And then 2 days later, the governor says, I never said anything about cash payout. There will be no cash payout. Right away, Tariq went into hiding. You know, you got Sinetta coming after Tariq. You know, you got all these people coming after Tariq now, saying that he caused it. I don't think that was his. I don't think he caused it. I think that was. I think they said because he came there. I said, don't blame that on Tariq. You know, and Tariq, that was the thing. And like I was saying earlier, they said this one brother was like, he said on the panel. He said, I was trying to temper expectations, telling them there's not going to be any cash payout, right? Then they had this old brother that's about, I don't care, they're about no $30 billion deficit in California, right? Oh, we want a payout. Just start paying out. How are you going to pay out when the state doesn't have any money? You know? And so therefore there was all this mixed signals, and everybody had this thing where they, when they said they're going to have a reparations panel, people really thought that was a done deal. That, you know, we're going to get the money. It's going to happen, everything, because somebody white took you seriously. That's all it comes down to. When somebody white, when you got white people up there, white liberals, and all this is all about is they want to basically string you along and to get you into the election. They're going to say, now Cori Bush is taking up the reparations fight. That's a tool to get black people to the polls. That's all it is, you know? Tool to get black people to the polls. That next November, because Joe Biden is going down and they're going to need every last single black vote, and they're going to use reparations as a tool. I'm much smarter than a lot of people give me credit for.
No, I agree with that. And that's like a borderline genius. You're right. They are just using, that's what Trump did with that whole fucking platinum plan.
Black people didn't go for it.
Exactly. So we're not going to go for that, but that doesn't mean that I don't have to take the fight for reparations seriously. White people going to be white people. They're going to do what they do. But it's not going to knock me off of my square. But Pro Woman J says this. If y'all could show her comment, you're going to have a fight on your hands on the continent as well. You know, a fight against tribalism, a fight against, you know, people not buying into the ideas of Pan-Africanism. Is that a fight that you're willing to fight?
Well, I'll answer that question, right? That's why I'm focused on 2 African countries where I know there's no real tribalism exists, Liberia and Angola. Those 2 countries I'm familiar with, very, very familiar with. And I don't have to worry about tribalism in Liberia and everything, because black culture in America is on. I had one of my guys, Bobby William, right? I met him in Rhode Island last year. I've known him for years. When he's an Association of African Liberian member. Him and I have been friends for years when he's Liberian. And I finally met him back in 2021 when I went up to Rhode Island. I met all my Liberian people, met me up there. Wasn't even for me. I went to my friend Naya's daughter's graduation, and everybody showed up just to meet me. I said, oh, Colin, man. I said, man, I'm not the guest of honor. I'm just here visiting a party. Had a blast. Liberia's not a party. Anyway, my boy Bobby was like, he posted a thing about Jim Brown, right? And he said, man, Jim Brown, man, he said back in the days, in Liberia at the Rivoli Theater, we watched Three the Hard Way and stuff like that. I said, that's why I fuck with you Liberians, man. You guys just like us. We all the black movies and everything like that we knew about, you know? And so that's the difference between Liberians and a lot of other countries. Like they know black American culture, you know, and movies and everything. So I can relate with them on that level. He said, man, we went to the Rivali, man. We saw Black Belt Jones, we saw all these black movies and whatnot. You know, Rita Hardway, Hell Up in Harlem, whatnot. He said, man, all we did was consume black African American culture. You know, I said, yeah, that's why I fuck with you Liberians like that. You know, because y'all with us. You know, so I'm not gonna go into a situation where I gotta deal with tribalism and nonsense and everything. They can keep that stuff. You know, I'm not into tribalism and stuff like that. So you gotta meet me halfway. I'll learn your culture and you learn mine, and we can work like that. But I'm not gonna go into no tribal situation where people don't know anything about me. Liberians know all about it.
I agree with you on that. I do cultural exchange. Like if the conversation is only you telling me about the greatness about your shit and you don't even care about mine, then we're gonna have a very short conversation.
I'm with you on that too. I'm like this. Black people, black African Americans, a lot of Africans know about it, but they refuse to even not. Oh, dude, man. Your culture, I don't worship no African. Like, I'll say, look, I'll acknowledge your thing, I'll acknowledge your head like that, but you're not gonna get me to bow down to your feet at your culture. Your culture is so great, and Africa is so great, we would not be here in America. You know? So let's start with that. So we have a continent to build. We got Black America to build, we got Africa to build. So how can we come together as men and do it, you know, without me freaking feeling like a fool and on my knees? If I refuse to get on my knees to the white man, I'm not gonna get on my knees to the black man either. That's whether it's African American, whether it's like African or whoever. I deal with respect. Those who want respect have to give respect, you know. And so when people know about our culture and everything like that, they follow our movies and stuff like that, and they're in our spaces and everything like that. I rock with you. You know, but if you don't want to know about us and all stuff like this, it's all about you, your culture, your kingdom and everything. I can't mess with that, you know, because it's going to go nowhere.
Brother, I'm about to be out. Thank you to you and Bomani for having me on again.
All
I
right.
appreciate y'all, brothers.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
All right.
Man, I take care.
Likewise. Last question. How easy is it for us to get into Liberia as far as the visa situation?
Well, this is how I feel about it, right? I'm against black people in America getting passports to Liberia for several reasons, right? When you're African American and go to Liberia, right, and you got a U.S. passport, you already got privilege. You can. My wife and everybody, it was National Voter Registration Day, right? So I went to the one city park one night, and there was a line wrapped around the thing to register to vote. They have these new ID cards, which is better than us. They have every time they have election, they get new voter ID cards. That's biometrics and everything. They scan so people don't vote twice. You know, they don't use that thumb and everything like that. So it's going to be real tight. This election is going to be the most important election in Liberian history. So I'm like this. I'm sitting back, right, and I was helping out. Dr. Kula was there, and she was doing voter registration drive, and she's working with the Cummings Institute, Cummings campaign. And point about the thing. When I go there, I had a diplomatic visa. You know, I had a diplomatic visa because I'm with the Ministry of Tourism. You know, I'm promoting tourism, so they gave me a diplomatic visa to go there. You know, it was for 3 months. You know, so I did that. Getting a visa to Liberia is easy if you're a U.S. citizen. It costs like $150. You know, $150 for a visa. It lasts for like a year. And the bottom line is this is very easy in Liberia. If you want to open a business, if you want to own property, if you want to do anything you want to do in Liberia, you know, you can do it. There's no red tape. You got to have a partner and all this stuff like this. You know, you go to Liberia and you talk to Liberians, get yourself a good Liberian lawyer. You can do whatever you want in the country of Liberia, unlike any other country in Africa. There's no tribal land and all stuff like this. It's the government land. Like, what was that? Lake Piso, right? Coming back from Robertsport, right? And I was asking my driver, so who owns this land? You know, he said, see that mark right there? It's government. It owns property. There's no chief that owns the whole section of a city and everything. You got to walk on eggshells and everything. It's government land. And then the interior, they got traditional tribal land. You know, there's traditional land, there's government land, and there's private property. Most of the Liberians are turning their traditional land into private property. That means they can register with the state, and they can get loans and bank loans and mortgages and stuff like that. So the country's changing very fast, you know, as far as like development and stuff like that, you know. Tribalism wasn't the cause of Liberian Civil War. That was just a complete breakdown of law and order and anarchy. My brother Ross broke that down. That was anarchy. That was not tribalism. That had nothing to do with politics. That had nothing to do with anything. That was a complete just people shooting each other, taking over land, looting, killing, everything. There was no civil war. Civil war means between two groups. Was rebellion said there was no rebellion. There's people just killing each other, robbing each other, and everything, and complete breakdown of law and order. You know, with the importation of guns and warlords and bandits and everything. That was no civil war. You know, and it had nothing to do with tribalism. It had nothing to do with the American Liberians. It had nothing to do with any of that. You know, so that right now Liberia is a very peaceful country. You know, because nobody's going back to that nonsense and everything. And because the bottom line is, people could get education, people can get open a business, people could travel, so they got too much to lose and a lot to gain by keeping things peaceful and everything. So you'll see a peace and tranquility when you get there. Something I don't see in America, to tell you the truth. So.
All right, brother. Thank you for your time. I'm gonna check y'all next time, and you know, I took it easy on you this stream. You know, I can't guarantee you the same for the next stream.
Thank you, Nack, for not cooking me, man.
Yeah, y'all crazy. You better thank Bomani. He be protecting your ass. You know that.
No, thank you, Bomani, man. Thank you for protecting me from that bully, Nack Measy. He always coming at me.
All right, peace, y'all.
Peace, man. Good conversation, spirited debate and everything. Like I said, you know, I am not against reparations, you know, but I'm saying that that's not my fight, you know. I do believe that some black people in America, right, when I go to Mississippi and everything that's been held back for generations deserve immediately regress, you know, tomorrow, you know. That's the root cause of poverty, crime, and everything in America. I believe that, you know. That's why I say the government should do that. The government's not going to do that because we as black people in America, we don't look at what we're fighting for. I saw this one video where this stupid black lady is down there in Florida talking about America's a land of immigrants. Well, I don't know if she's African American or not, but she's sitting there running her mouth when do you understand these people are coming here to replace you, you stupid idiot? You know, we fight for everybody but ourselves. They're kicking black people out of homeless shelters and everything to make way for illegals. So that tells me about the will of black people to fight for other black people in America. It's not there. You know? They say, are there tribes in Liberia? But the thing is, though, people see themselves as Liberians, you know? In the modern Liberian, people say, yeah, I'm a Liberian, you know, black, you know, whatever. You know, and they'll say I'm a Bassa, whatever, like that. I'm a Bassa or I'm a Gola, whatever, like that. But in the modern world, you know, people just don't, you know, they just consider that, you know, redundant, backwards. You know, what black issues do I fight for in America, right? One I do is I fight for the image of black America, right? You know, if we can do nothing else, we got to show the world that what we're capable of, who we are. The world doesn't know who we are. You know, not every black person has the same issues versus pro-woman, Jay. Now, everybody has the same issues, you know. Some black people are doing well, making it and everything, and some black people are not, you know. And the biggest problem in black America is lack of unity. You know, lack of unity. You know, we just don't want to know each other. We don't want to work with each other. We want to pull resources together and everything like that. So, and everybody's doing their own thing. That's just our truth. So why am I going to kid myself and be like, yeah, let's fight for black people? Black people don't care about other black people. You know, we don't care about each other. We only care when there's a police shooting. We don't care about the crime in our communities, how people are leaving black communities like left and right and everything because they're trying to get out of in safety and everything like that. We don't care about our failing schools and everything like that. We don't care about that. You know? And so, therefore, those who are black people of like minds, right, whether you believe in staying in America, building, or you believe in building across seas and everything, those type of black people have to get together and work together. That's what I believe in. If you believe like I believe, hey, join me. And if you're not, you know, I don't know what to tell you. You know, I don't know what to tell you. Are you going to have a fight for sovereignty in Africa, or you have a fight here too? So that's a good question. Sovereignty in Africa, right? One is, we're not talking about sovereignty initially. We're talking about building black power communities in Africa, right? And then, you know, eventually, maybe the next generation could take it to the level of sovereignty. But ultimately, I would like to see Africa under one super state, one super government, super state, and everything like that. So Africa has to give up some of its sovereignty, concede land, concede enterprise zones. Right now, you got a lot of Africans can't trade with each other, can't travel to each other. A Somalian can't get to another African country because Somali's passport is not respected. So the bottom line is this, because why? Because sovereignty issues. People like, you come to my country, you got to pay this, and pay that, even if you got an ECOWAS passport. So yeah, sovereignty is a big issue in Africa. Why? That all has to do with people trying to protect what they feel is theirs. So sovereignty is a problem in Africa even before Black America even get there. Right now, the Biafra is trying to succeed, Eastern Region trying to succeed from Nigeria. You got Amazonia trying to want their sovereignty from the government of Cameroon. You got in the western part of Zambia called Barosi land. They're trying to succeed from the Republic of Zambia. So sovereignty is an issue in everything because most of these borders were drawn up by Europeans. So yeah, sovereignty is a problem. It's not just Black people in America, going to Africa. So,
Just color Genesis dropping more science.
Yeah.
Just color. No one else wants to join, so let me know if you want to cut it short soon or anything.
I want to play something.
Or you want me to play some of the videos you got?
Let me show you. This video about this Nigerian that refused to bow to the Queen of England. It's very interesting. I just sent it to you.
Yeah, I got that one.
Hold on.
Let me see.
I just sent it to you. Tay Brown says, are the political challenges more difficult to build? Look, let me tell you something right now. In Africa, politics is toxic. Why do I say that? If you're trying to get something political, raise rights politically in Africa, you can forget it. The people who run Africa and everything like that really believe they're entitled to everything that's worth anything. If you have a ministry, if you have a job with the government, that means you're going to eat. You got a steady paycheck and everything. And you're the big man, In America, most people don't even know who their city councilmen are, their mayor is, or anything, right? Because everything works. We're not dependent on that. When people talk about Black people suffering in America, Black people in America have it so good that it doesn't even matter who gets elected office. Our lives don't change or anything. But in Africa, who gets elected office means that you might be out of a job and you might starve. You might literally be homeless and starve. So when you come in Africa and talk about getting into politics, you really ask for trouble. Now, if you're coming there with an opportunity, investment, or whatever like that, they all welcome that. But politics in Africa, you got to understand what you're dealing with, Now, one day when Africa pops off and get rich, and they won't pay attention like Hong Kong. Hong Kong, people don't care about politics. They're making money. They say they don't care if the Queen of England. They want the British Crown to rule in Hong Kong forever because they were making so much money. Politically in America, fighting for reparations, it's not a zero-sum game, And I don't know how to tell this and everything like that. You could basically fight for reparations. It doesn't, but the end game is, it's most likely, like I said, if you got to look at how you might get it through legislation and everything. You don't have any political power in America to bring reparations. In Africa, you don't need politics at all to succeed in Africa, at all. Bomani, everything you got in Ghana, was any politicians involved?
Not at all.
So what I'm saying, politics, if you got capital and money to bring in Africa, you can get things done. We don't need politics in Africa. You know, but in America, the reparations means that you got to be all in the political system. Black people don't have the numbers. They're already replacing you with Hispanics and everything. So they're like, yo, look, if you don't vote, what are you going to do? You have no power in America. Yeah, I compassionately care about the killings. Yeah, Gene Smith. There's a lot of people who don't care about that. They claim they care about Black America, but it's a killing field. Look how the Black teachers are being attacked now by students, you know? It's happening every day. Teacher fighting students and whatnot, you know? That was unheard of when I was in school. You know, the crime, the killings, the murders and everything in Black America, it's out of control. But nobody talks about that. Everybody thinks the reparations checks don't solve all Black America's problems. It's not. You know, the fight for reparations is not going to solve the problems that Black people face on a day-to-day basis. And that, my friends, is the truth.
All right, brother, man, you ready to do this?
I'm ready.
Queen, your queen, your queen. We'll play that back. Why does it keep doing that? There you go. There you go. No bound to the queen. Sakala, what a story.
What happened?
No, I said, what a story. Were you able to hear the video?
No, I didn't hear anything. Nothing played.
The only African king who refused to bow to Queen Elizabeth II. Ada Bomani was an Egala king and the only African king who refused to bow to Queen Elizabeth and chose suicide instead. In a meeting held in Kaduna, which hosted all paramount traditional rulers in Nigeria and which had the Queen of England in attendance, Atta Omul was forcefully asked to take off his cap to greet the Queen as others had done. He was also asked to shake the Queen, but he refused. King Atta was not like the others and would not follow suit. It was a taboo for Atta to remove his cap in public. When they insisted he takes off his cap to greet the Queen, He removed his cap, and a swarm of bees emanated from the cap, which made the queen and the other rulers in the meeting to run out of the hall. The hall became empty as some were stung by the bees, and the meeting ended. King Nata was arrested and placed in handcuffs, but the handcuffs fell off, and he vanished without a trace.
What a story.
Yeah, story. This is what I'm talking about, you know. And when you look at African history, right, and you look at the Queen of England ruling over Africa, and this brother has a good thing about reparations. Let's see what this brother got to say. This is a really good one.
California Reparations Bill, AB 3121, has angered a lot of people, having them saying that reparations to Black people would be unfair to working class white people. Respectfully, I wish folks knew just how old these arguments against reparations are. They can be traced back to the very first reparations proposal for Black people when Lincoln approved Sherman's Special Order Number 15 on January 12, 1865. The plan involved confiscating 400,000 acres of coastal land from Florida from the rebellious South and redistributed them to former...
Pause it right there at that map. That right there is what reparations was supposed to be. See that land right there? That's from the northern part of Florida all the way to the edge of where Wilmington, North Carolina is. That was going to be territory, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, and South Carolina, right? That was going to be territory where all the Black people were going to have free land and 40 acres in a mule, everything, and bring all the Black people from the South and everything to that area, you know? And that was going to be a government, a federally funded, subsidized state where Black people were going to get money and compensation. See, back in the days, Black people understood that reparations without land meant nothing. The Black people here want to sit in the suburbs, they want to sit in white America and talk about reparations. This is what Black people, and you know, the General Sherman's plan, that was outlined by real African American leaders at the time. They said, well, what do you people want? He said, we need protection from white people. He said, as long as we're living in this society, in this system, no matter what you do for us, these people are going to retaliate against us and they're going to terrorize us. And were they right? Yes. And the reason why this failed was, this guy's going to tell you, go ahead with the rest of the film. He's going to tell you why it failed, because Lincoln was assassinated. And also, before you go, the Lincoln wanted to use this area, right, to develop trade with Liberia and Haiti. He wanted the Black people to steer Black people towards resettling back in Africa and building. That was reparations. The government was willing to do that. You know, give all the money to get Black people out of America and have their own homeland in America and repatriate to Africa. That's what reparations really look like. You know, and there was Black leaders who were against it because they wanted to be Americans. You know. This is what a real reparations. Now, these people nowadays talk about reparations. Are they talking about getting land? No. Are they talking about developing the Mississippi Delta? No. Are they talking about revisiting these territories in the Gullah Geechee and everything to build Black enterprise zones and everything like that? No. They just want a cash payout check, which is never going to happen. Go ahead, Bomani.
And redistributed them to former enslaved people in 40-acre tracts. This plan was approved due to the public outcry after the massacre at Ebenezer Creek, which was subsequently erased from the history books. And as we all know, Lincoln was assassinated. And when Vice President Andrew Johnson took over, he repealed Special Order Number 15, offered their land back to the formerly treasonous Confederates, and said of the Freedmen's Bureau that it was unfair to enfranchise one group over another. In other words, regarding the harm done to Black people was just unfair to whites. 3 years after the death of George Floyd, it's not just working class whites who were opposed to the reparations bill, but it's other minorities of color that have to get on board in order for Black people to get reparations. Perhaps those resistant minorities should learn from the mindset of Colorado Representative Candy Sidibaka, who, when questioned on the matter of reparations, spoke out in favor of it. When Sidibaka said that the funds from the business improvement districts could be redistributed to help Black businesses, her comments were taken out of context to say that she was in favor for a whites-only racial tax. And though that's not what Candy Sidibaka meant, Consider that slavery is actually a 100% tax on labor, and in America, that was race-based. Consider that Jim Crow was a race-based taxation without representation, and Black people's tax dollars were used to fund public amenities that they could not participate in. Consider that multiple forms of modern-day discrimination, including over-policing, employment discrimination, and the appraisal gap for Black houses, come with the financial cost of Black folks. The fact is that group-specific harm needs group-specific repair. It's like a bone-specific break needs a bone-specific cast. So notice that Black Americans did not stand in the way when Japanese Americans got reparations for the internment camps, nor did we stand in the way when Jewish people got reparations for the Holocaust, nor did we stand in the way when Native Americans and Aboriginal Australians got reparations for the theft of their land. The reason we did not stand in the way is because we understand justice, and that if you justly owed reparations for what happened to you, then as a matter of legal precedent, so do we. And therefore, reparations to foundational Black Americans is not even up for debate. It's not a matter of argument. It's not a matter of opinion. It is a matter of law.
Now, I agree with that, right? But the thing is, though, how he framed it, right, which is helping Black businesses, right, in certain areas, right? The original reparations was 40 acres and a mule, territory, special enterprise zones, where Black businesses could thrive and everything like that. That's reparations, right? It was never about just Black people getting a payout or cutting me a check. It was actually rebuilding and repairing. So when I say the modern reparations movement is not about that, it's just about, oh, I just want a check. And they don't take into account of where the need is the most urgent. You know, I said the Mississippi Delta, parts of Virginia, parts of South Carolina, North Carolina, and everything, where Black people have never had a leg up, and the history of slavery still smacks in the face of a lot of people in this country. That should be prioritized. You know, that's what I mean by reparations, you know. But the reparations debate I'm hearing right now is that you got Black people, even middle class Black people, I want a check, cut me a check, cut me a check, cut me a check. Yeah, you know, and I can't rock with that, you know. You know. So I'm not this mean old guy. I don't want you to get your reparations check, you know. You know. You know, I'm not this mean old guy that says, you know what, you can't get your reparations because college is so mean and evil and whatnot, you know. You don't want y'all to get paid and everything. I'm not like that, you know. You know, so nobody else wants to come on tonight?
No one else is linking in.
All right. I think we people say it's a great show, good topics. Like I'm gonna conclude with this: high value African Americans. Right? There's a disconnect between them and the masses and everything. And also, another point I want to make is this: even if you're asking for reparations, let's not hide Black success in America. You know, Black people who are suffering in America can't be the face of all Black America, because that diminishes all the great people who accomplish in America. You know, another thing I hear about reparations is we're suffering. We don't got no money, no jobs. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself, you know, and that can't be the thing. Where Black people, oh, we're just so down and out. We need a break and everything like that. What about the Black people who are making it? Well, we're not Black anymore. You're only Black when you're suffering and poor and downtrodden and down and out. That's the only time you're Black, you know. And this is what they have in Black America, right? We're thugs, we're complainers and whiners and everything like that, right? Where the thing. Wouldn't it be best for Black people in the area benefit from reparations as well? Wouldn't it be better for Black people in those areas? You know, look, yeah, if you take care of the Black poor, get rid of crime and everything like that, the Black community would be better off as a thing. But they have no intentions of ever doing that, you know? You know, they have no intentions of ever doing that, you know? And so we have to realize that. The people that enslaved us, their descendants, have no intention of ever saying they were wrong and regressing that. Well, they basically gave themselves a Homestead Act and everything to boost them up, you know. We're still paying for the bailout of the Marshall Plan in Europe to rebuild Europe. We're still paying for the financial collapse of 1929 and the financial ruin of 2008, 2007, you know? And so the bottom line is this, these people will do everything they can. Right now, black people are being taxed for this Green New Deal. They got billions of dollars for that. And the bottom line is, you know, Black America is not priority to them because we've become so Americanized that, that they say, okay, if we do this, everybody's going to benefit. There should be no special relation with black people, but they have special stuff for the Native Americans. They got special stuff for the DACA people and everything like that. We have never made a case that we are a people. You can't be American and through and through, red, white, blue, through and through, and then talk about we're a special case. And what you can do is highlight the black people who are still suffering from oppression and everything and make that the focal point of a reparations argument. But black people don't want to do that. It's like everybody, whether they need money or distress or not, want a payout. And that's where the argument's lost, you know. Chris Braden said the blacks that want reparations should go to white forums instead. Yeah, they should go to white forums and talk about that. Why are they always coming to our forums to talk about that? Like we're going to have any power to do that, you know? Successful revenue are built on the success. You know, those who are successful will continue to be successful. Reparations are built on success, you know? And so, yeah, like I said, the bottom line is, you know, the reparations movement is based on the black failure, you know, perceived black failure, and the high value movement is based on black success. You know, I'm willing to hitch my ride with black success and see what we can do. You know, as far as job creation, economic zones and stuff like that, you know. Black people had a chance for Ice Cube's Platinum Plan. We rejected it. We didn't want it. So do we really want success? Do we really want to repair and build Black America? Or we just want a handout or something to complain about? That remains to be seen. You know, so it is what it is. So. Those are successful. But that's it.
Yes, Mr. Yes, brother. I'm just looking through. All right, family. Appreciate your energy for joining us. And the journey continues. And
yeah, the next time we'll be on a show is Bomani's gonna be in Ghana.
I like to tell people about my plans and everything like that. If you're flowing with me, you're flowing with me. But I do my best to connect with y'all. But yeah, family, we're basically saying that you know, we're living this movement in and out, making moves in Africa and back and forth. So last time I was in Senegal and the Gambian colors in Liberia. So here we are, keeping the movement going. But I do my best while we're on our journey to connect. Other than that, you know, when we're doing business and we are away. But always got lots of highlights and everything for you. But yeah, we'll work some time out. So that is it right there. This subscribe button, and you know about our shows, and I'll create them. So that'll work, man. So not much else to say. But that was a good one, College Genesis. You and Nakmeezy can never give you a break, man. you start coming up and creating stuff that insane that you said this. You
yeah,
said
man, they do, man. Stop, you know.
That's one of those like debate tactics.
Yeah, and I'm the king of that, you know. He has to know I'm the king of that shit. Putting words in people's mouths, creating straw man arguments and whatnot, man. That's how I started with, you know. Yeah, but it's, you know, that's so redundant, man. That's amateur for me now. You know, I don't do that anymore. You know. So it is what it is. You know. People want to fight for reparations. Hey, go right ahead, man. You know.
Yeah, man. People get a little People get a little tense, man, when you're having that conversation, man. They act like you're taking money. They act like you're taking money at their pocket.
That's what I'm saying, man. Motherfuckers will shoot you. You know, motherfuckers will shoot you. You know, I'm looking for somebody that's. I mean, ducking bullets, man. Kyle's the reason why in California, he probably called Gavin Newsom himself.
You think you got connections like that for real, man?
Yeah, I said, don't give them niggas no money reparations. Like I said, like this.
Man, so many people taking it personal like that, brother. Wow.
Wow. It's a new thing, right?
People that battle you, man. You gonna take my money? You gonna take my money?
You taking food out of my children's mouth or not?
Like you mentioned, the money's already spent.
It's already spent.
Check hasn't been cut yet, but the money's spent.
The money's spent, man. $1.2 million, man. People were like, damn, I'm gonna be rich. And these people try to get them.
Like, yeah, I don't ever have to go back to work.
Yeah, we're putting in jobs and everything. Chris Brazen says the blacks that want reparations should go to the white forums. So, yeah, they know about not to go to the white forums because they'll get laughed off the friggin', they get ridiculed, scorned. Go to the Mexican forum. Try to get some allies and whatnot, Try to go to mainstream black forums and whatnot with that. Now they're attacking Jim Clyburn, call him a race traitor and whatnot, Jim Clyburn served his community for decades,
Race traitor.
So I fought reparations from South Africa. South African apartheid, they never got reparations in South Africa. They never got no reparations. The blacks in South Africa, whites still own 80% of everything down there. What are you talking about? Everybody knows reparations. Reparations is like a vague abstraction. Nobody ever gets it. One thing about reparations is we can fight for reparations, but the thing is, Negroes will never get shit. There's three things in constant that you have to understand as far as a black man, right? You have to pay taxes, stay black and die, and nobody's going to give a black man shit. If you realize that right now, then you understand what it means to be black American. Nobody's going to give you shit. Whatever they give you, they're going to get like so much in return. They give you an inch, whatnot, they're taking a foot. So the white man's not going to give you shit without force. And black people don't have no force. We can't even vote. We don't have the numbers to vote interest and everything. It's not, and the bottom line, when you tell people the truth, right, that is the truth. People don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. If we happen to get reparations, well, I'm not banking on, I'm taking shit. Yeah, I do that. If I got reparations, man, I'm going fucking to the continent, right? Give me $1 million, man. I'll be building schools over there, build me a nice house, a farm. Yeah, I do some of that money. I pull together with other black people to create some manufacturing, open up a new stock market and everything like that. Shit, I do it, But that's a dream, right? I said,
all of this fantasy stuff is so.
Yeah, like I said, that's what it is. If people have the neck easy, I guess he realized now that it is. It's people get up every day working people get on social media and they get among people and they don't have anybody really saying, look, let's look at this. And it becomes real to them, and people really think they really got a movement going on. They be like, oh yeah, it's a mass movement, right? And then you look at the people who's talking about it, and then all of a sudden now they're trying to blame black immigrants for the reparations stall. That black immigrants are behind the stall of reparations. So now they're gonna go out beating up black immigrants now, That's the reason why these tethers, they don't want us having our reparations checked, Somebody said a stupid comment, right? In this clown Mike TV's thing. He said, we got our reparations, right? And we all had millions. Wouldn't African immigrants respect us right now? If they knew we got money or not, they would respect us or not. These are broke, dusty people, right? Who think they're going to get a payday and everything. And instead of basically going out there bettering their lives and everything, the wrong people are talking about reparations. That's what the problem I have with it, It's the wrong people,
You got comedians and pimps talking about reparations.
Yeah, pimps and sambos and comedians when I talk about reparations, And also, what do you plan to give up? If the United States government said, okay, you got reparations, but you got to give up a U.S. citizen and relocate to another country, would you do it? You know, I would. And the white man, America said, I'll give you $1 million if you relocate, you renounce your citizenship and move to Africa, I would do it. But the bottom line is that's not going to happen, right? And it is what it is. That's the only type of reparations I would talk about, you know? You say, then I know it's serious. Okay, if you want reparations, we'll give you $200,000, but you got to relocate to Africa, and you cannot come back for 10 years. You lose your Social Security, you lose everything like that. We relocate you to an African country of your choice. Now, what you want reparations? Now, people say, well, that's repairing like this. You know, look, there's the SBA loans, everything. There's all kinds of things, education you can pull yourself up with. And that's what the part I'm trying to talk about. There are thriving black communities in America that made it without reparations. It was different if 99% of us were living in dire poverty and everything. Then you can make that case. And that's why I said the black people who did not make it, right? The people who are still suffering from Jim Crow and everything like that, those people should have regress. That's what the reparations movement. But the people that talk reparations, they ain't thinking about that. I talked about all the abandoned towns like Edenton, Florida, a place like this. Black people trying to revisit Soul City, you know, North Carolina. No, we're not trying. The people talking reparations ain't trying to build nothing. They're not trying to create anything. They ain't talking about schools and education. They don't care about that. All they want is a payday. And so this is the type of people that's running the reparation movement. Grifters, pimps, hustlers, people like Tariq Nasheed. And that's what the black community is, I think. It's why you laughing about calling us crusty for wanting what's making us upset. It's like, look, I don't want to offend anybody and stuff like this, but you got to grow up. You got to grow the fuck up, man, you know? You know, and the bottom line is, I understand people watching YouTube and stuff like this, they get pumped up with all this stuff like that, and it sounds like you're listening to intelligent people. You're not. The people that still talking about Michi X, these people are stupid, you know? They have no plan. They have no anything, you know? You know, Cuba, Michi X, that's your freaking leader? Yvette Carnell. You know, freaking Tariq Nasheed. That's who you who are leading you. You're taking advice from. You know, I don't think it's funny because first of all, blacks in South Africa never got reparations. You know, they never got reparations. Black people wanted political power, and they wanted one man, one vote, right? That's what Mandela talked about. And the black government and the mechanisms in place to make sure that the blacks never take over the land and the infrastructure and everything in South Africa. With that, a black middle class grew. You got some black people in South Africa that are rich, and the rest is history. And the whites in South Africa are not going any place because white people, Indians, and coloreds are an essential part of the infrastructure in the financial sector of South Africa. You know, so it is what it is. We never been like Israel. We never built that state to say this is going to be a refuge for slave descendants, right? We didn't want that. Now, a country like Haiti could be a case study because they fought for their independence and everything like that, right? But Haiti is paying reparations to France right now. And the whole entire black world has never rallied behind Haiti to stop those so-called reparations payment. Every last single Haitian dictator has made sure that France got their money. So you can't talk about you want reparations from the UK when you basically go into the UK with that USK passport to work and everything like that. You can't do like that. I asked the question, what are you willing to give up? If you're not willing to cut ties with the United States of America and cut ties and everything, you're not serious about reparations. I can even see black people say we want four, like a nation law said, we want like 10 states to populate. Like that was something, you know. We want 4 or 5 states where we could build our own civilization here in America. The black people in America don't want that. Proof of which is you got states like Montana and Wyoming with less than 2 million people. Black people could become the majority in a country. We moved out there en masse. Will that ever happen? No. Because black people are not serious about building anything. We give lip service to things like reparations. We're not trying to build Black America. We're not. All we want is a payday. And that's fine if you want to spend your time on social media talk about that. But I have serious things in life to talk about and do. And that's not going to be one of them. So call me any name you want to call me. I just look at the people that's running the reparation movement, running it like that. I'm sorry, I can't get with you. Because I know what it's going to take to rebuild Black America. If you say reparations about repair, rebuilds, and everything like this, first of all, the United States government doesn't have any will to do something like that. And second of all, Black people don't want to be, we destroyed like every community that we live in. We don't want to get on crime, We don't want to get held on crime. We don't want to support education, We don't want to get into the skilled trades. We don't want to get into all these things and everything. And so this is what we have. We don't want to build families anymore. Back in those days when the Sherman put up 40 acres of mules, those were Black families that were going to build that area. 99% of Black women were married. Black people married. Those were young couples that were going to farm and everything. Like that was the difference of Black America back then. How you going to talk about getting reparations to a bunch of single people who club, party, and do his life when not? When are they going to do it, How is that repairing and stuff like that? It's not. Nobody takes Black people serious that we're trying to build our community. And that, my friends, is the truth. I'm sorry to hurt your feelings.
Yes, Carla, that's beautiful. That was beautiful. Well said.
Listen, I like this channel. I believe Africans worldwide. Everybody thinks Africans, like I said earlier, if you listen to the show earlier, right? The difference between Africans and everybody else takes what's theirs. Africans, Black people think they deserve something, and somebody's supposed to hand it to them. Somebody's supposed to do this because it's the right thing to do. But other groups of people take what's theirs. The Asians saw that the Europeans were dominating Asia and everything like that, so they had the Bandung Conference in 1955. And 3 decades later, Asia was now surpassing the West as far as commerce, trade, finance, manufacturing, everything, in the world. Asia was, by the 1990s, Asia was producing like 40% of the world's manufacturing goods. As things shifts to Asia, we're still alive. And the world shifted to Asia, the white man tipped his hat, said, well done. We created the game. It's like anything else. When you have a match with somebody and they beat you square and square, you have nothing to think of saying you won. The Black man wants the white man to repair him and help him out, and then now you want to talk about competing. Don't work like that. The white man in the West recognize Asia now because they did everything that they were supposed to do.
Yeah, they fought, they competed. They fought, they competed, and look at them now.
Yeah, little tiny Vietnamese people, fighting the white man and whatnot in the jungle. But now Vietnam is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Industrialized everything. How the hell that happened?
Amazing, brother. It is amazing.
Because the Black man wants to sit back and talk about what we're owed.
Amazing. Yes, family, we got to put that work in, family. Get up out there and get into it. So Color, brother, you ready to close on that note?
Yeah, I'm ready to close on that note, brother.
Let me put the banner back up. So here we go. Let me just get you some nice music, family, and we're going to close out.
Bow, 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 bow.
And
another knockout episode.
Another classic from Color Genesis. And next time we need some new people out there to dialogue with you.
Yeah. And I'm ready to have this debate. Black people have given, I created Black African infrastructure. I said we build infrastructure and stuff like that. Right away, people want to pivot towards reparations. a Negro stalling tactic. I said we build a global infrastructure and everything from the United States to Africa and everything like that. We'd be on our way, but people can't even see that vision. It was it's gonna be easy as them voting in a reparations check for everybody, you know. And I want intelligent people to stop sounding silly, you know, and just sound like it's cool because you get on a chat and y'all sitting there talking about reparations and whatnot, you know. And a lot of people that you see on social media are a bunch of friggin' idiots, you know. They got you figured that they're smart and intelligent and got things going on. Things are working right in California. You know these people in California doing reparations, they're worried about how they're going to pay their bills. Because they sat on a panel for a year with no job and no nothing. Now that's over. Now they got to go out there and get a job.
There you go, brother. There you goes. So family, they know if they gave you all that money, they are going to quit your jobs and run off somewhere. So it's don't hold your breath on any kind of reparations check. Put it that simple. You know, I try not to say that, and you know, I hurt people feelings because people they're looking. They you know we're always looking for money that doesn't exist or that's not coming. And but I hope it does work out. But I feel we as the people need to build that. I mean, I guess everybody got their master plan, right? But you know, Kyle, I feel like we're in the right direction.
Yeah.
You know, we build the Afrikstan and use that energy to leverage ourselves, and that's being real. I mean, it's just being tactical versus just being emotional.
You know, that's what it's all about. You know, if people talk about the next great movement is building in Afrikstan, building in Africa, and everything like that. Right away, they're gonna pivot towards reparations. You know, they're gonna make that the movement, right? They ask me, I say, hey, that's fine. What you're doing? You're against reparations. I'm not against nothing. I'd say I'm for.
And none of us are against reparations, but the reality of it is,
I'm just being realistic.
So on that note, man, my brother, we'll close out and listen to some Sanko for Bird.
The African Republic of Ghana regained their independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani in Cuba. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. There can have been cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Son, go bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of Jimbe and Kete. sounding far and distance, regenerating vibration from corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoy, 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 ahoy. It was a sun for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Sun for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing. Ahoy, 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 ahoy. Sun for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Sun for